Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable. There's something alien out there. You need to be quiet and move.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to see all of you here today. Especially on this Monday, May 4th, 2026. So, of course, today we are going to be talking about... Wait for it. Star Trek, right? I'm glad everybody's here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Whether that's here in my office, in the San Francisco Bay Area, or whether it's out in the field, digging up dinosaurs and other critters live, on stream, collecting data, doing field work. The whole point of these streams is to show you firsthand what paleontology is really like. And, well, actually, on today's stream, obviously, we're going to be talking about paleontology's influence on the Star Wars saga. There's a few interesting tidbits here. I think there'll be a really nice springboard for discussion. I happen to be really interested in kind of the confluence of popular culture and paleontology, and Star Wars is one of those properties where these things do come together. So we'll be talking about that today. But anyway, as a paleontologist, fossils are what I study, dinosaurs in particular. Paleontology is the study of the history of life on Earth, as seen through the fossil record. That's everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales and everything in between. Dinosaurs are but the tip of the iceberg, but dinosaurs happen to be what I study in particular. Most paleontologists never work on dinosaurs, but I do.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Dark Muppeteer, thank you for the 9 months of support.
Henceforth, the Twitch baby shall be called Daniela LUL.
There you go. Thank you, Dark
Dinosaurs
Muppeteer.
were the sort
9
of
months.
creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet. Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
And Win528, thank you for the 32
Science
months of
loves
support.
paleo
Right
birds are dinos 1,
Thank you,
paleo
thank you.
birds are dinos 2, paleo birds are dinos 3, paleo
Holy cow.
cassavary shake record wiggle.
This is my full-time job, believe it or not. This is how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills, how I fund my research and fieldwork and travel. You could call me the world's first full-time live-streaming paleontologist, and you wouldn't be incorrect. Thank you for making that possible, Win528 and Dark Muppeteer, and everybody else who supports this channel through their ongoing contributions. It means a great deal to me, and I am grateful for it. Anyway, I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Let's see who's here in the chat. And,
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth,
well.
Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
Petrodactylus, thank you for the 44 months of
Let's
support.
go.
Yeah, thank you, Petra, for the 44 months of support right there. It's going to be fun today. Here, I'll show off some of this stuff in a little bit, but first, let's see who's here in the chat. And then I'll give you like a little sneak peek of some of the critters we'll be talking about today. And, yeah, how that intersects with Star Wars. Fall Machine and Code Dolly, how are you doing? First today, welcome. Good to have you here. Lenina, hope you had an excellent weekend. Good to see you, as always, Lenina. And no 10-plus hours day today? Glad to hear it, Lenina. I know you've got a busy work month ahead of you. I'm glad on this Monday it's not too strenuous. Matt M33, how are you doing? Wonderful to see you back. We were a little worried about you, Matt M33. Heard you were really sick, as you say there in the chat. I'm glad you've recovered. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Missed it. Golganek, what's shaking with you? Hello. Always wonderful to see you, Golganek. Brings a smile to my face to see you here in the chat. Happy Monday. Tommy Plodicus, we're going to be talking about Diplodocus today. There is literally a Diplodocus in Star Wars. It's a funny story on several levels. We'll talk about that. Marty 2008, hello to you. Welcome. Thank you for the 65 months there, Madam 33, by the way. That is a long time. Pretty impressive. 65 months, that's... What you doing? It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Not a mathematician. Max Devlin, hello to you. You had a Tauntaun question. Oh, we'll be talking about that. Welcome, Max Devlin. Eddie Scarin, hello there to you too. Howdy. Ten Glutchy, what's shaking? Go for Fluffernut. Hello to you also. Shark Geek. I was gonna say let's get a shout out for Shark Geek, but there's one right there already. Hope you're having an excellent day, Shark Geek. I need to send you a message about when I'm gonna be in Florida in like 2 weeks. You know what? 15 days? I need to get on that. Things have been very busy, Shark Geek. But oh man, I'm excited to be journeying to your home state. Fingers crossed. We're gonna see some leatherback turtles. Dark Muppeteer, have I said hello to you yet? Welcome, Dark Muppeteer. We've got several Star Wars Muppets who are perhaps inspired by critters from the fossil record. We'll be talking about those today. Casey Snowheart, hello to you, Casey. Hope you're having a good day too. Hope your week is off to a good start. Can we get a shout out for Casey Snowheart, by the way? Who is another one of these gems here on Twitch. One of the best channels around. Go check out Casey Snowheart. Give her a follow. Marcy Walks Dogs, how are you doing? Hello. Mooncloud 5733. What's shaking? I would make a Star Wars pun joke about that's no Mooncloud. It's a Twitch chatter. But I'm not going to do that because I'm not that corny. Welcome. Scoobs, what's shaking with you? Hello. Aid 112, how are things in your part of the world? I hope they're good. Marcy Walks Dogs says mammal on mammal crime. You know, it's a plague on our communities, Marcy Walks Dogs. You who have observed many dogs walking and maybe have even assisted with that walking of dogs, you've probably witnessed some of this firsthand. I'm glad you're here. We're going to be talking a lot about mammals today. Is this mammal on mammal crime? I don't know. We'll talk about it. And Shark Geek likes the Tauntaun. Thanks, I'll show that off in a minute. Linniness says, live long and prosper, everyone. That's the spirit, Linny. Sushi Cat, how are you doing? May the 4th be with Danny. Thank you, Sushi Cat. Demon Prince, and it then did. Crimson Carnotaurus. Stargate. There you go, Casey Snowheart. Thank you. Did somebody leave the Stargate open again? The horses are gonna get out. You leave the gates as you found them. That's the first rule of working out in the Intermountain West. whether you're doing field work or going on hikes or bird watching or whatever. If you have to open a gate, you close it again afterward. Or if it's open, you leave it open. Whether it's a cattle gate or a star gate or it's another kind of gate. Fish gate? Is that a thing? A water gate? There you go. You don't want that stuff spilling out. That was Nixon's mistake. Ars Animus. Howdy, howdy. Hey Key, what's shakin'? Tax due? Hey to you too. Case Kuchin. Arle, how are you doing? Arle, Dad, it's good to see you. I hope you had an excellent weekend. And I hope you had a really good birthday on Friday too. Tauntauns and tapirs. There you go, Gold Connect. Yeah. See? There's so many critters in... So many critters like this. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Arle. I appreciate that, Lenina. I really do. Thank you. No ads for you, Dad, for the next month. Excellent. There's so many critters in Star Wars that have trunks, seemingly for no reason, and I think many of those are inspired by both extinct and extant creatures, like tapirs or Macrochenia right here. We'll be talking about that, I am sure. Hope your plane tickets weren't Spirit? No, XVR. Thankfully. Yeah. I don't have a joke about that. That's really lousy. But man, if we lived in a sane country, that wouldn't have happened. You know? Goodness, if everything weren't broken all the time, always. That reminds me of this. But good to see you, XVR. Howdy, howdy. There are CG models derived from dinosaurs. There are indeed, Crimson. We'll talk about that. Yeah. Pirate Kitty's Tavern. How are you doing? And Cast the Dreamer. Yes, we will be talking extensively about the Crate Dragon skeleton. I'm looking forward to that. We even have a friend of the channel. A little video on YouTube. Actually, 2 friends of the channel, I guess you could say. Talking about that. But yeah. And there you go, Cast the Dreamer. Yeah, Monday. And exactly, Crimson. Yeah. Yeah, and that used car dealer guy. What was his name? Here is from the live action. Yeah, here he is in CG. He's got kind of a tapir trunk thing going on. These design elements that are put into these characters. It's interesting, you know? Yeah. Anywho. We'll get into all that in a little bit. Yeah. He's goofy. There you go, Casey. Yeah. No, Danny DeVito is pretty goofy. Yeah. I love the alien designs in Star Wars. We'll be talking about those, Cast the Dreamer. Yeah, in fact, first... Here, let me show this off real quick. Believe it or not, I printed this just this weekend, and then painted it up last night. Painted it up pretty quickly. This is a preliminary paint job, but check that out. From The Empire Strikes Back. It's undoubtedly my favorite critter from Star Wars. A tauntaun. Really cool. This kind of... To me, this kind of embodies what Star Wars is all about. Here. This really resonated with me when I read it a while ago, to the point where I saved it. From back in March. This person writes... Star Wars isn't about the Jedi or the Skywalkers or hope or mythology or any of that. Star Wars is about seeing a weird little space guy in the background of a scene when you're a kid and then obsessing over that weird little space guy for the rest of your life. This speaks to me. It really does. Because to me, that's a tauntaun, you know? Something about these guys just, like, tickled my brain as a kid. And yeah, they've always just really resonated with me. And hang on, what was that? What was that? We have a hype train going or something? We didn't used to get sound alerts for that. Or is it incoming ad break? I don't know. Ghost train. Wow. Is that like a ghost car?
Shudder at history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Skull Lunar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Oh my God, it just disappeared! It's a ghost car! Ooh. There are ghost cars all over these highways, you know.
Hold me.
Only if you hold me.
Just like a ghost train, you know? Or maybe that is a legitimate hype train, I don't know.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Mama Bonbon, thank you for the 50 months of support. Really appreciate that. Excellent. Here, maybe I know what's going on. Hang on, let me go to alerts and turn that off. Anywho. Skull Lunar says a paleontologist? Double question marks? Double exclamation marks, yes, in all caps. That was my childhood dream. Went into a different field, still very cool. Still very cool field, though. But it's awesome to see this on Twitch. Well, welcome, Skull Lunar. Hey, before we really kick things off here, let me play you a quick channel trailer to introduce you to what we're all about here on Paleontologizing. And, we'll get on with things. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Thank you, Ergo Wurgle, for the gift sub to Skull Lunar. Very much appreciate that, Ergo Wurgle. Thank you.
A tier 1 sub to Skull Lunar. They have given 373 gift subs in the channel.
Excellent. Thank you, Ergo Wurgle. I appreciate it. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. And thank you, Victorious, for those 5 gift subs there. Getting all these mammals cleansed of the ads.
Away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you, Victorious. I appreciate it very much. Excellent. Level 1 hype train complete. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Welcome. Someone was asking if that's a tauntaun on the wall. It is indeed. I actually just got done 3D printing this. Yeah. Let's take a picture real quick. And, oh, hang on.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Canyonero Boy does, though.
My favorite Star Wars dinosaur is Darth Tyrannus Rex.
Very funny, Canyonero Boy. Hey, welcome, and welcome back, I should say. Hope your week is off to a good start. Thank you for the 19 months of support. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. I appreciate it very much. Again, for anybody who's new, my name is Danny. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'll be out in the field again, digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming at the beginning of June, so I hope you stick around for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. We held a fundraiser for that last Monday, and that was a rollicking success. Thank you to everybody who contributed. We still have other ways that you can contribute, though, if you missed that. We've got the wish list. There we go. Our crew out there in Wyoming can use any of these items. These go directly to us. You know, if you'd like to keep us from getting food poisoning or other horrific maladies, you could buy us some bleach. We promise we won't drink it. We could use paper towels. We could use wire cutters. We could use paracord. These are all things that... Oh, and shoot, I put this on the list, and nobody's scooped it up yet. I told Ethan if nobody buys this, I will. These are these little sterilizing tablets. Lordy told me about these. You mix these with water, and then you spray down surfaces with them. It's food safe. This is what they use in restaurants and diners and stuff. When we're out there in the field and there's mice and chipmunks running over the tables at night and in the mornings and during the day when we're not in camp, this is a way to try and keep things clean. So, yeah, so we don't end up puking our guts out while we're out there. And of course, burlap for plaster jackets, medical bandages, these pre-soaked plaster bandages that we use for wrapping fossils. These are tremendously useful. Yeah, all kinds of important, useful things that we would certainly benefit from out there, including ibuprofen. Yeah. So anyway, not the fanciest stuff, but paleontology, especially field paleontology, it isn't rocket surgery, you know? We can do a lot with very few resources, and we certainly do. But it's also nice when we have to do with slightly fewer resources. If that sentence makes sense grammatically. When we have our basic needs taken care of, that's easier on everybody. And if you'd like to directly contribute to fossil science, there's a way to do it. Like a direct material way to contribute to scientific fieldwork and research. So yeah. And you use those tabs every day. Aren't they great, Paid B? We use them here at home too. Lordy turned me onto those when she went to culinary school. So look about that. Getting giardia from the creeks in Wyoming. Well, there aren't really any creeks at all where we do fieldwork. It's very, very dry, addicted to capping. But yes, I do know friends who have gotten giardia in Wyoming. I think Terry maybe got giardia when he was I don't know if that was northern Wyoming or southern Montana, but oh yeah, he got giardia. Anyhow, yeah. We promised the wire cutters won't be used for heists. It's true, Crimson. We would have to be quite talented to use such small wire cutters for a heist, though. These are not very large, as I understand it. But yeah. Anywho. And you could use the bleach for that. Oh boy, aren't I? Yeah. Anyway. It's good to have everybody here. Before we jump into the Star Wars stuff and before we do Metazua, and maybe Clipping Goat of the Week, I keep forgetting to do that. Let's try to remember that today. Let's do a Blue Sky post real quick. Maybe let's do like a little Hamlet style thing with Monsieur Tonton here. Maybe trying to figure out how to frame this properly. if that's any good. Quick screenshot. Does it smell? It does, actually, Canyon Arrow Boy. It does. It smells like spray paint. Because I hit it with some matte clear coat. Yeah, that'll work. But no, it really does smell like paint. Also, the acrylic, like, plastic model paint that I used really smells as well. So yeah, it is honestly pretty smelly. Yeah, we'll use that. Beautiful. All right. It's a special May the 4th. Stream today on Twitch. Discussing the influence of paleontology on the Star Wars saga. And here, I'm gonna type an M dash, so plug your ears for just a second. I gotta use the soundboard for that. It's the same as the number pad. And hang on. Ironheart 50, thank you for the 70 months of support. 70 months! Holy cow, Ironheart. Ironheart 50, more like Ironheart 70. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long, Ironheart. That is phenomenal, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you tremendously, Ironheart, for your ongoing support. That's amazing. That's why you've got that founder badge, though. Excellent. All right. Ears. Soundboard. M dash. What? There we go. Create Diplodocus dragons to what is the group that Paraceratherium belongs to? Not Perissodactyla, not Rhinoceratoidea or whatever, not rhinoceroses, but there's a more specific group for Paraceratherium. Is it just Paraceratheres? Ceratoids. Paraceratheriids, okay. There we are. And theropod. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. And let me check on something real quick, if anybody's actually using that particular hashtag. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. Okay. .3D printed tauntaun head. Hamlet style. With a life-sized Dippy Diplodocus skull behind me. Surrounded by various framed pictures of tangentially Star Wars related fossil critters. There we go. Like a Paraceratherium having its legs wound up by a snout speeder. There we go. Save and paleontologizing. No typos detected.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. Good stuff. Oh, and that's a different wish list there, Hooves. I've got a personal wish list, but that's not the one that I'm promoting right now. I'm promoting the one for our field crew in Wyoming. That's WY wish list. WY for Wyoming. Anyway, there's a link to that post right there if you want to engage with that for whatever reason, if you happen to be on Blue Sky. It's where all the scientists hang out nowadays, it seems. That's why I'm on there. But yeah. Yeah. It's really good to have everybody here. Let's... There we go. Nice. Yeah. And poignant Paraceratheriids, says Charlie's Dragon. I guess they could be poignant. They're kind of a mysterious group of animals. For the largest terrestrial mammals that have ever lived, as far as we know. Yeah. We know surprisingly little about them. Because many of the fossil specimens that we have, well, the few ones that we do have for sure are relatively fragmentary.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
They certainly did step 1, and then they did several other steps after that, having been buried But oftentimes they were disarticulated before burial. There's many pieces missing. Yeah. Anyway, Moxie Drinker, thank you for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Keeping me here on the air. And here we go. I love this figure right here from Wikipedia. Showing several of the largest terrestrial mammals that have ever lived, as far as we know. There is controversy over whether Paraceratherium here, this giant hornless rhinoceros, whether this or whether critters like Paleoloxodon, this ancient giant elephant, which one of these guys is actually bigger? They're both based on relatively incomplete, not relatively incomplete, very much incomplete remains. I was going to say relatively fragmentary. So doing a direct comparison is kind of difficult because we don't necessarily know the proportions there. If we have a few bones from this guy and a few bones from that guy, when you don't have a complete skeleton, it's very difficult to know precisely how big these animals were. You know, if you have, say, a decent femur, well, how big is the thigh bone compared to the rest of the body? It gets tricky like that. It's the same problem we run into with sauropod dinosaurs, or really with any fossil critter. But yeah. Venti Green Tea says die is a crazy step one. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that it's a necessary step in becoming a fossil. This is kind of a nice example of that, because our entire understanding of these large terrestrial mammals here comes from the fossil record. And the fossil record is often incomplete, missing a lot of information. Because there's a lot of things that have to happen, a lot of steps that all have to occur in the right kind of order and in the right way in order to preserve a fossil. Here, I'll play the step-by-step guide for you. If anybody here in the chat has ever wanted to become a fossil, well, here's how to do it. It takes some commitment, I'll tell you that.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1. Die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
So this is certainly what happened for some of these critters, like with Paraceratherium. We do not have complete skeletons of this animal. Yeah. I think there's one kind of halfway decent skull that's been found. This is a mount in, I want to say this is in Moscow at the museum there. And the skull here is actually a cast of one that's held in New York at the American Museum of Natural History. And you can see there's a bunch of bones missing in the neck. There's other bones that have been reconstructed in the rest of the skeleton. There's surprisingly little that's really known of this critter. There's that good skull, by the way. And big chunks of this have been reconstructed, too. We know that it's big. We have a general sense for the shape and everything. But there's still a lot of particulars that are hazy about it, for sure. I can find you a... Do we have a skeletal diagram? There we go. So for that particular specimen the skull comes from, I guess there's proximal cervical vertebrae, so the bones from the front of the neck, and then you've got one of the, I guess, thoracic vertebrae there. Yeah, we're missing a lot from this critter. Still have a pretty decent sense for what it would have looked like, but there's definitely some mystery there, too. And who says, did people way back in history think that dinosaur fossils were dragons? Maybe in a few isolated cases, but when you... Well, actually, what's kind of funny is in this case, yes, kind of. This is not a dinosaur, but this is an ancient mammal. In China, especially back in like the early 20th century, big fossils like this, particularly like large fossil mammals, were dug up by people, and then they would... I don't know if they thought they were doing a scam, or whether with the benefit of hindsight, it's clear that it was a scam, but they would grind up these bones into tea and sell it as like dragon bone tea for people to drink, and it was supposed to have mystical properties. Yeah, Honglong apparently is the Mandarin word for ancient fearsome dragon. And so people literally were digging up bones of critters like Paraceratherium and selling those bones to make various tinctures and things like that. Pete says, I bet it tasted horrible. I mean, it's just gonna taste like rock or whatever, you know? These are fossil bones. They're, you know, millions of years old. There's not gonna be a great deal of original organic material in there. It's, you know, it's gonna be like grinding up a ball of clay and then putting it in tea. The old dirt, exactly, Little Pink Pony, yeah. Yeah. And there is some organic material in some fossil bones. It depends where they're from, what the fossilization process was, all that stuff. So I don't want to... It's not true to say that, like, oh, well, you know, fossils aren't really bones anymore. They've been turned to stone. Like, that's not strictly speaking true. Which brings us back to this. Here, let's go back to the beginning, because step 1 is important.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1. Die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2. Get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
There's other cases too, like you have aeolian deposition where, you know, wind-blown sand or maybe a collapsing sand dune or something like that will bury a critter, or you have a collapsing burrow. But in many, many cases, it is waterborne sediment. You know, you're buried by a river covering you up with silt, or, you know, you're at the bottom of a lake and then sediment deposits over you slowly, stuff like that. So generally it is water, but there's exceptions to that. Again, nature is complex, messy. There's lots of different things going on, so remember that.
Step 3. Soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
Here we go.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Yep.
Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
And that's not an either or. That's not a binary there. There's a bunch of in-betweens here. So this is called fossilization. This is like a diagenetic process. So, like, there's many, many different, like, ways of becoming a fossil. They all generally require burial like this. And usually, especially if the fossils are very old, they require some degree of permineralization, where you've got... It's like a chemical process by which certain things are replaced. The stuff that rots away, the stuff that doesn't last very long, gets replaced by something that can stand the test of time. But this will vary depending on where you get buried, and what is the surrounding lithology, and what kind of minerals are in the groundwater, and is the soil very acidic, and like all of this other stuff. This is one of the things that I think is kind of understudied in paleontology. Like, what are the particulars... What are the different flavors of fossilization? And it's something that I certainly don't know enough about. And I'd love to be able to interview, maybe on this stream, some scientists who work on this in particular, because this is outside of my realm of expertise. I'm frankly more on the biological side of paleontology. In many ways, paleontology is kind of a bizarre, unholy amalgam of geology and biology. Link them together, you get paleontology. But there are many paleontologists who are kind of more geologically inclined or more biologically inclined. I'm much more biologically inclined, to be honest. I'm not a very good geologist. And that's not false modesty. But yeah. Anywho, so this here is like a really simplified version of this, but it gets the main points across, I think.
Can deposit sediment over you. Step 3.
There you go,
Soak
baby,
in
yeah.
groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
And turn to stone is an oversimplification, too. Some things are completely petrified, for lack of a better word, and some things still have a lot of original organic material in them. Like, we have dinosaur fossils from the Judith River Formation and from the Hell Creek Formation that still have what we think is original collagen from those animals. Cellular structures and blood vessels and things like that that are preserved in there. There's no DNA, unfortunately, even though we've looked again and again and again. DNA seems to be a very, very fragile molecule that doesn't last for very long. It decays pretty rapidly after death, so after a couple million years, it's all completely gone. And the youngest dinosaur fossils that we have from the age of dinosaurs are 66 million years old. So no shot of getting DNA, we think. Some people are still trying, but it's been like 40 years at this point. Nobody's found a single scrap of any dinosaur DNA, so who knows? But yeah.
Step 4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you.
Ms. Blue Skies, have they tried checking the mosquitoes? Where did you get that idea, Ms. Blue Skies? I don't think anyone has ever thought about that before. No, it doesn't work. For one thing, like if we're talking about mosquitoes and amber, amber is a porous kind of material. It doesn't actually seal things up as nicely as you would expect. Stuff leaks in and out, and it's kind of a uniquely bad way to try and preserve something like DNA, I guess. Yeah. Also, mosquitoes digest the blood. They don't just like carry it around for fun. So I don't know. Yeah. And there you go, Miss Blue Skies. Yeah, sorry.
Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There you go. That's the dream, you know? One day, you could be honored in a museum. Anyhow, good stuff. Thank you for the question. I don't remember now at this point who asked it, but about fossilization. Before we do Metazoa, why don't we throw something else on the 3D printer over there? I think I have the perfect thing to do. It's Star Wars related. It's Tauntaun related, actually. Let's go fire up the 3D printer, get it preheated, take the memory card out, and let's do this live. Yeah. Okay. And Salamandia, say thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Plug that in. There we go. Excellent. I thought this would be neat to print. So somebody did a scan of an old Star Wars figurine here. I don't know when this is from. I don't know who manufactured it. But somebody did a high-res scan. It almost looks like a chess piece. And it says... What's that? Duke Skywalker. Cool. And that might actually be a nice size for it. Let's see how long it'll take. Print it with a brim. A Risk, maybe, says PP. Is Luke Skywalker one of the characters from Risk? Here we go. That'll take 3 hours, 26 minutes. I think that's about perfect. Yeah, let's do it. got the right color filament on it. Let's go for it. Go ahead and export G-code. Put that there on that card. Brilliant. Cool. Let's get it started. Excellent. My mount for the camera over there kind of fell apart over the weekend, so I might end up trying to fix that at some point. But yeah. And Padawan 567, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. You picked a fine day to join us. Happy 4th of May. May the 4th be with you. Happy Star Wars Day. And print a new one, Danny. We'll see about that, Claire. We'll see like what my best option is here. And holy cow, Salamandius.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
There's not that many more today, honestly. Salamandius, thank you for the 5 gift subs there.
Are leading this
Salamandius just
expedition.
gifted.
Really appreciate that.
5
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Salamandius. Superb. And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do. Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. And Salamandius, there are now 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for the next month. I'll be out there in Florida hanging out with leatherback turtles by the time anybody has to watch an ad. Actually, it'll be June. I'll be out there in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming by the time any of those 5 lucky chatters have to watch a single ad. Thank you for that. Appreciate your generosity. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Alright, so far so good. Well, I'm gonna go inspect the first layer over here real quick. Make sure it's adhering properly. Looks good. Gotta watch that first layer. See, Lenina is I was gonna say Lenina is a 3D printer herself, but no, that's the machine. Lenina is a 3D printerer. Lenina is experienced with 3D printers. She knows what's up. Manuel Farning says, do you plan to get a newer generation of 3D printer? No. If I could keep this same one forever, I will. Because I like it very much. It's been very good to me. A lot of the new ones, as I understand it, I don't know. I prefer simplicity and kind of like a hands-on approach to things. If you need this app and that app, and you gotta, update the firmware every day and blah, 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 like, I hate that stuff. You know? I like that my 3D printer is a million times more reliable and less maintenance intensive than like a 2D printer. Like any of these, you know what I mean, with these like, you can't buy a decent printer nowadays to print documents. They just don't make them. Because it's not profitable to make something that just works and doesn't use very much ink. They want to give you something that's going to fall apart after 6 months. You have to buy a new one, but in the meantime, you have to keep repurchasing ink on a subscription basis, and then they charge you for special features, and you have to set up an account, and you have to buy tokens, and, all this other nonsense. Hate that stuff, Printer phobias is Padawan. I think that's a reasonable thing. It's a reasonable feeling to have. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And that's cool. Multicolor prints. That's kind of neat, Lenina. I don't know. I do so much painting of prints myself that like don't often feel like that's necessary. I just printed this late last night, right before I went to bed, and I'm pretty happy with it, but it does certainly smell. Not because it's a Tauntaun, but because the model paint that I use is pretty smelly. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, have they ever made decent paper printers at decent prices? Yeah, I used to have a really good one. And I had it for like 10 years. And there were forums you could go online with, like, people would come up with ways to hack them so that you can, like, you could do cool, interesting things with them, and you could get in and pull apart the nuts and bolts, and they just don't make them that way anymore. It'll void the warranty if you don't use brand name paper or whatever. Like, I used to actually refill the ink cartridges myself on an old printer, and you know, these companies actually, they had engineers working at them where the engineers wanted people to be able to tinker with stuff. Things were designed in such a way that you could replace components. You wouldn't have to just junk the whole thing, you know? It's not really like that anymore. I think eventually things will reach a tipping point where people will be so fed up that either there will be legislation passed or like a right to repair kind of a deal where, like, hey, I bought the thing, let me repair it myself, you know? Either that'll happen or some company will get the bright idea, like, hey, maybe we should treat our customers with respect and actually, like, let them have some ownership over these things that they have purchased. And that'll be a runaway success. And I don't know, maybe I have too much naive faith in the goodwill of corporations. But anyway, yeah, Charlie's Dragon says the EU is working on right to repair legislation, and bless them for doing that. I really hope it's successful, because that's a huge problem. Anywho, yeah. An RC Maniac, I do have a Prusa printer. I've got two of them, actually. One of them's on the fritz. I haven't had time to fix it yet. But, I've been very happy with the Prusas. I built the first one myself, and that was really nice. When you can put something like that together, you know, you can understand how it works. I think there's a certain confidence that comes with that, where you're like, hey, I built that thing. I know what it's all about. And even if you don't immediately know what the problem is, if it starts to have an issue, you at least know, hey, I put this together with my own two hands. If I can do that, I can troubleshoot it. It's not some black box where it's just inscrutable and you don't know what's wrong with it and might as well throw it away and buy a new one. Like, oh, it's not like that. I built this thing. It's mine. I did that. I brought you into this world, and I can fix you too. I love that idea, you know? So yeah. That's the benefit of building from a kit. Exactly, RC Maniac. Yeah. See, you know. Absolutely. Anywho. Yeah. And I like that too, Padawan. Yeah, I have so many battery issues with phones over the years. But yeah. Anyway. Female mosquitoes feeding to... That's nuts, ours animals. What? Tech continues to need the organic world. Absolutely. Yeah. Interesting. But yeah. Decided to sell my old bicycle taxi. And that's really cool, Cat Conserve. That is really cool. I see those a lot in San Francisco along the Embarcadero. You're talking about, like, yeah. Something like this. That is really neat. You know, speaking of machines, can can we just appreciate for a moment what a wonder the bicycle is? There is a paper that came out not too long ago, I think it was in the last few years, where it was looking at different modes of movement among human beings and in the animal world as well. You know, people walking, cheetahs running, bats flying. And the most efficient means of transport for any living creature on planet Earth, according to them, it was a human being on a bicycle. And I thought that was so cool. Like, you could literally cross a continent on a bicycle using very little energy. You know this paper. Isn't that cool, RC Maniac? Yeah, I wonder if I can find that real quick. Let's see. Here's in Scientific American, which I am now subscribed to. Why is there an ad, though? Hang on a second. There we go. Famous graphic now updated compares locomotion in the animal kingdom. I guess it was just among animals. I said every living creature, didn't I? I don't think this includes fungi or protists or archaea or anything like that. But, yeah, a human on a bicycle, extraordinarily efficient. Yeah, humans aren't very efficient movers until you put us on a bicycle, when we become the most energy-efficient land travelers in the animal kingdom. For Scientific American's 180th birthday, we've updated a classic graphic comparing different forms of animal locomotion, first published in this magazine in 1973. Holy cow. Bikes allow us terrestrial folk to be more like fish. Well, we are fish, strictly speaking. We are Sarcopterygian fish. We have bones. We're descended from fish, but that's not what they meant. Wheels and bearings roll with low friction, letting us coast without putting in power by pedaling, and the rigid frame supports the sitting rider against gravity. They turn humans into this hyper-efficient terrestrial locomotor because they make being on land more like swimming, says Tyson Hedrick, comparative physiologist at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. The main drawback is our clunky human shape. Bicyclists aren't streamlined like bluefin tuna, or like leatherback turtles. Systematic, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Bicyclists aren't streamlined like leatherback turtles, so they must overcome more drag. Hedrick calculates that bicycles with an aerodynamic shell called velomobiles can let humans move with even more aquatic efficiency. And what's this? Yeah, okay. That's maybe a little overkill. It might be tricky to lock this to a bike rack. If you're, say, bicycling to the grocery store. But yeah. But yeah. And Padawan says, "Are humans really fish, or are you joking?" Every animal with bones is a fish, phylogenetically speaking, Padawan. That's not a joke. Here. Let's zoom into tetrapods here on our tree of life. So the way that we as scientists classify living things, and we can actually let this be a segue into Metazoa. I'll give you a link to the bicycle thing real quick. But we'll close off this tangent here. This is a live broadcast. We got to go with the flow here. But tetrapods. Well, here. First off, all living things on our planet are related, as far as we know. When we look at the fossil record, we can kind of trace things back in time. All these different groups of organisms, they get more and more and more similar the further back you go in time. And DNA tells the same exact story. All living creatures on our planet share DNA. And the more similar the genetic codes of two different critters, the more closely related they are. So you have fossil evidence, and you have DNA evidence, and then you have structural evidence. How do the critters look? All of these point to the same conclusion, that all life on Earth evolved from a common ancestor, about 3.5–4 billion years ago, give or take. You talk to any biologist, any paleontologist, botanist, zoologist, malacologist, mycologist, they'll all tell you the same thing. As far as we know, all life on Earth descended from a single common ancestor. That's the first thing you gotta understand. So we as scientists classify living things based on their ancestry, like based on where they came from. This group right here, the tetrapods, is the group that we belong to. We as human beings are a kind of mammal. So, go to good old Homo sapiens over here. So we're related to chimps and bonobos, are our closest living relatives. After that, you get the gorillas, a little bit further out, the orangutans, and then the other old world monkeys and apes. The primates, more broadly, and then Euarchontans and Euarchontoglires, Boroeutherians and Eutherians. Therian mammals, that's where the critters without pouches link up with the marsupials. They're also a kind of mammal. They're on this branch. And then you get to the mammals. Mammals are a kind of amniote, and amniotes are a kind of tetrapod, where we just were. So tetrapods, this is mammals and amphibians and reptiles, and birds are a kind of reptile. So all of these critters together descended from a common ancestor about 350 million years ago, give or take. Back in like the Carboniferous or Devonian, maybe. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph. The lungfishes over here link up with our clade to become the dipnotetrapodomorpha. Dipnotetrapodomorphs are a kind of lobe-finned fish. So every single one of these critters, basically everything with bones, is a fish. This group of fishes is called the lobe-finned fishes, because they all evolved from a critter that would have looked a lot like this. A lot like Tiktaalik. So a fish that came up onto land, its fleshy, muscular fins were later adapted into limbs for walking on land. And we have fossils of these guys. It's a pretty cool transition from the water to land. It's becoming better and better documented in the fossil record. And this evidence lines up with the genomic evidence and morphological evidence. It all fits into place very beautifully. It's pretty elegant. Mammals like us, you trace our ancestry back far enough, and you get to a fish. So that's the way that this works, is the group that you're in is you got to trace it back to a common ancestor. It's like a Russian nesting doll, sort of. You know? Like we said earlier, humans are a kind of hominid, which is a kind of old world ape, an African ape, and then you get the old world monkeys and apes, and then you get to the primates, and you get to the Euarchontoglires. These are all nested groups. So humans are a kind of ape, apes are a kind of primate, primates are a kind of mammal, mammals are a kind of amniote, amniotes are a kind of tetrapod, tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. So we are, literally, fish. Every creature with bones is a fish. So all of the bony vertebrates and the vertebrates who have cartilaginous skeletons, they are all fish. So really, jawed vertebrates, you could just call this jawed fishes. And you go up further, and you get to where the jawless fishes come off too, like lampreys and hagfish. So really, vertebrate, animals with bones, you might as well just say fish, because they're literally all fish. Does that make sense? Yeah, Matrushka dolls. There you go, Mayor Space, yeah. And Padawan says, I've read that humans share 30% of their DNA with a banana. I didn't know a banana had DNA. All living things have DNA, Padawan. Yeah, everything from bacteria to blue whales. They've all got DNA. But yeah. So you could draw a line here between humans and bananas. And we can see our last common ancestor here. Let's try flowering banana. There we go. Lots of different kinds of plantain. But you got to go back pretty far, 2.15 billion years, to get to where we and bananas come together, where we last had a common ancestor. So if you were to take a time machine and go back 2.1 billion years, you will see critters that look very much like the ancestor of humans and bananas together. Would have looked here. Would have been like a little one-celled critter, a eukaryote. So when cells first started having nuclei inside of them to contain the DNA, and then other organelles that do other various functions, rather than just have everything be a big mess inside of the cell membrane, instead eukaryotes kind of have different specialized parts. So plant cells have this today, and so do animal cells. That's one of the ways that we know that we came from the same ancestor, is we're working with the same basic kind of architecture there, you know? So yeah. Unless you think RNA is living. Yeah, and I don't have a horse in that fight, Reality Ripple. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I don't have a strong opinion over whether viruses are alive because they have DNA, or they have RNA, but not DNA. I don't know. You start arguing about that kind of thing, and really you're just kind of arguing over definitions. What does it mean to be alive, you know? It starts to get into some really philosophical questions, and that sort of thing can be interesting to talk about around the campfire with your crewmates when you're out doing field work. It's not something that I worry about too much, you know? It's outside of the things that I get excited about as a paleontologist. But yeah. There you go, Cacklin's burp, yeah. But yeah. And that's how you befriend horses. You carry oats. Oh, Shark Geek. Shark Geek! You carry oats. Oh boy. Well, both oats and horses are eukaryotes. So here's the funny thing. Here we have blue going to the human branch. We're mammals over here. And then the red is going to bananas. Watch, this won't change hardly at all when we change this to horse. Echoes Cabayas. And this to oats. It's the same. Because you're going to animals and you're going to plants. But yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. And Charlie's Jones says, I think some viruses have DNA too, but I don't think they actually produce the DNA themselves. I think they kind of take it prisoner from cells that they infect, right? Again, I don't know. I'm not a virologist. Yeah. Anywho. Mares eat oats, and does eat oats, and little lambs eat. Is this a song, Mayor of Space? I'm not familiar with. Anywho, to go back to this, let's jump to us over here, human beings. We're over here within the deuterostomes, and then the amniotes and the mammals. But, oh, and what did I just do? Uh-oh. There we go. Ugh. It does. Yeah, the lobefin fishes, lungfishes and tetrapods. Right up here, basically, would be Tiktaalik, at the base of Tetrapoda, essentially. This critter here. And last week, I found a fun, kind of goofy song about Tiktaalik. And I'll share it with you, because I know some of you will enjoy this. There we go. Let's try to place what this sounds like. Is it kind of like a Dave Matthews Band kind of feel? I don't know enough about this milieu of music. Okay, Claire, thank you. I thought some of you would enjoy this. And yeah, I can hear that too, baby. Yeah. Have to use my rubber neck, 'cause I see some Sheilas on the back, and I'm built for looking up. Crawl on all fours and do some push-ups on the shore. 375 million years or more, an ancient salamander caved inside a cliff. It's not a salamander, but I realize they're doing poetry, you know? Like blues. Oh, I could hear that too, Mayor Space. Yeah. I like how they use the correct terminology. Plaster jackets. Get the idea. Good stuff. Yeah, anyway, while we're on this subject, let's do Metazoa here, and then we'll get into the Star Wars stuff. That was very fun. Again, here's that link to that. So using what we know about common ancestry, and the tree of life like this, we can have a big advantage when we're, say, doing our daily animal guessing challenge. This is a game called Metazoa. It's a lot like Wordle, if you're familiar with that, the like daily word guessing game. Except instead of trying to find a word, we're trying to find a mystery animal of the day, and we use an evolutionary family tree to nail it down. And lucky for us, we don't have to worry about the whole tree of life, but just the animals. So only a few species here. Only about 1.4 million. There's not actually that many programmed in a Metazoa, but a good few. Let's dive in.
Hold on to your butts.
sounded like a propeller aircraft, but that's I think somebody's doing some heavy-duty gardening outside. Anywho, the way that this works is we type an animal into the guessing box there. We click guess, and this will show us the most exclusive evolutionary group, so the smallest family that includes both our guess and the mystery animal. If we guess really close, it'll be a really small group. If we're nowhere close, it'll be a really broad group, really big. I like to start off with a mammal for this at the beginning because this game, it is biased toward mammals. Give me the name of a mammal, chat. A unicorn, I don't think they have that independent. No. They have narwhal. But I feel like we had narwhal not too long ago. Yeah. Llama's a good one. And that makes me wonder, is it I am Morvash or is it Lamb Morvash? Llama, Lamb Morvash? Let's do llama. A llama is a kind of artiodactyl, so they're part of the camel family, Camelidae. And one of the critters that we'll be talking about today, Macrokenia, I think is another member of this group, the Camelidae. Proboscis thing on the front, which they may or may not have actually had. But anyway, let's start off with llama here. And, okay. We're close with that. See, this is why I like to start with a mammal. Yes. So our critter is not a llama, but it is a Laurasiathere. So this is the group that includes the carnivorans and the bats. I don't think it includes rodents or primates. Let's jump from animals over to deuterostomes. From here, we go to the chordates, the vertebrates, aka fish. But what kind of fish? It's a jawed fish, a bony fish, a lobe-finned fish, a tetrapod, an amniote, a mammal, a therian mammal, a placental mammal, no pouch, no egg-laying, a boroeuthere, a Laurasiathere. So Laurasiatheria is where we're at. Our critter is not a llama, but it is a Laurasiathere. So with one guess, we've narrowed it down from over 1 million species to just about 2,000. Pretty good. Mayor of Space says, do pre-bone chordates count as fish? I don't know. Like, is Pikaia or Hycoichthyes a fish? I'm not sure, Mayor of Space. That's a good question. Should have guessed a jelly. Yeah, I think they have like 3 of those in the game. That would not be setting myself up for a minimum of guesses, Gay Hibiscus, unfortunately. Might as well start with a plant. But anyway, our critter is a Laurasiathere, but we guessed llama, and it says Laurasiatheria, which tells us our critter is not going to be an artiodactyl. So it's not going to be a cloven-hoofed ungulate over here. Llamas are over here by the goats and the pigs and stuff. So yeah, llamas are over here. Or no, hang on. No, llamas are over here. What am I saying? Related to camels. So, we know it's not going to be an artiodactyl, or would have said that. It's got to be one of these guys. And I think this group is called... Oh, it could also be a Eulipotyphlon, but I kind of doubt it. I bet you it's going to be a... Are these the scrotiferans? There we go. Yeah. Scrotifera. So that's carnivorans. And, oh, hang on. Does this include the artiodactyls, too? That's funny. So the Wikipedia clade disagrees with... Okay, this is Scrotifera. So is this Pharyngulata? Plus bats. Yeah. There is a group that's overrepresented in Metazoa. It's the carnivora. That's the lions and tigers and bears, seals, sea lions, weasels, skunks, dogs, etc. Give me some kind of carnivoran, and we'll go there. I think just by the numbers, it's probably going to be one of those critters. Yeah, there you go, Claire. Yeah. Mammals with real cojones. There you go, Rally Ripple, yeah. Oh, Wolverine. That's a good one to start with, Cacklinsworth. Let's do Wolverine. That's a kind of mustelid, member of the weasel family. Wolverine. Let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
And... no. And it didn't even give us any more specific clade. No subclades beneath that. Wow, why? Okay. Well, we know it's not a carnivoran, and we know it's not an artiodactyl. It could still be a perissodactyl, or a bat. Although I did yesterday's, and I think yesterday's was a bat, right? Maybe it was the day before. I doubt it's going to be a bat, but who knows? It could still be a Eulipotyphlan, something like a mole or a hedgehog. Or it could be a perissodactyl, like a rhino, like a tapir, or a horse. Let's look at these by the numbers. So bats, they only have a few species, and we just had one the other day, so I doubt it's going to be a bat. Even though there's 1,055 living species of bat, give or take, I think there's only a couple in Metazoa. Fruit bat and vampire bat. There's 2. That's nuts. There's 1,000 species of bats, and Metazoa has 2 in the database. It took you 5 guesses today. Nice. That's pretty good, Lenina. It's better than my average. I don't think it's going to be a bat. So that leaves us with the perissodactyls, rhinos and horses and tapirs, or, since it's not going to be an artiodactyl, it could be a Eulipotyphlan. I don't know if anybody calls them insectivores today. That's kind of a defunct name. That's when we used to think that, shoot, what's the clade that used to be in here? Within insectivora? Was it aardvarks or anteaters? I forget. But anyway, let's try one of these guys. Let's try maybe mole. Because, yeah, the Eulipotyphlans, this is moles, hedgehogs, shrews. Do they even have shrew? They don't. Gosh darn it. Let's try mole. Let's see if this gets us any closer. And no. What?
What?
Frustrating. We've already used 3 guesses, and we're stuck at Laurasia-theria. Huh. Charlie's Dragon got very lucky today. It's got to be a perissodactyl, right? Should we try tapir? We have a tapir on our wall today. Let's try that. Tapir. That might be why Charlie's Dragon would have gotten lucky. Let's see. Okay, not a tapir, but it is a perissodactyl. I'm guessing it's going to be an equid. A horse. Or a zebra. Yeah. Padawan says it's such a hard game if you don't know what the Latin names mean. Well, I mean, this is really helpful over here because, you know, we have perissodactyl, but it tells you what it is. From Wikipedia, Perissodactyla, or odd-toed ungulates, is an order of ungulates, including Equidae, Rhinoceratidae, rhinoceroses, and Tapiridae, tapirs. And then you can use one zoom for helping like visualize these things. So we know our critter is a perissodactyl. I think the general consensus nowadays is that the perissodactyls and the carnivorans are allied. And so Metazoa should really have told us this. But yeah. Anyway, it gets easier the more you do it, Padawan. You learn all these different groups. It's kind of the beauty of this is it's a teaching tool, you know? If I were teaching a zoology class in college or in high school or in middle school, if I were teaching a preschool zoology course, yeah, or maybe preschool, like daycare, you know, evolutionary zoology 500 for teethers, I'd be like, okay, class, today we're gonna play Metazoa. So yeah, how are you doing, Mini Pie? I've tried to get the cats to play this, and they just don't seem very interested most of the time. Huh? Are you not very interested? Are you not very interested? No? Oh. Oh. Yeah. And there you go, Miss Blue Skies, yes. But yeah, if I were teaching a zoology course, this would be like a daily thing. And it is a daily thing here on the stream, so I guess we're already kind of doing that, huh? Anyway, I'm guessing our critter's probably going to be an equid. Let's see what we've got. So, here's the perissodactyls. We already guessed tapir. And tapirs are over here. They're allied with the rhinos. And the Ceratotheria, I think this clade is called. But I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be an equid. We've got 7 living species within the horse family. Let's see how many are actually in Metazoa. So, we have horse. We have zebra. We have donkey. We have donkey again. Don't have Przewalski's horse. So, should we go with horse? Should we go with donkey? Or should we go with zebra? I want to say... Didn't we do horse recently? Wasn't horse the answer recently? And we watched that video about how you should touch a horse's butt if you're walking behind a horse so it doesn't kick you apart. Yeah, that's not a joke. Like, when you're actually walking behind a horse, you're supposed to keep a hand on the horse's back as you're walking around so they kind of know where you are. You don't surprise them, and then they accidentally kick backward and kick your head off. We did the draw a horse thing. Yeah, that's right, Niffler, we did. Yeah. You do not want to spook a horse. See, Lenina knows. Yeah. Makes me wonder if it'd be the same with a tauntaun. They've got claws, though. I don't know. And Ms. Blue Skies, okay, but what if the horse is a beneficiary on your life insurance, and now they know where to kick? That sounds like a conspiracy to me. A sudden rash of people having their heads kicked off by horses. And then there's massive financial payoffs to the horses. Suddenly the horse sanctuary is just swimming in cash, you know? Watch out. Anyhow. And Shark Geek, I think I have seen that, yeah. That literally is like a product you can buy, I think. I didn't know that the zipper is a lightsaber, though. That's fine. Oh, boy. specimen, yeah. Should we go with donkey or zebra? Let's go with zebra. I think that'd be fun. Let's go with zebra. Let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
And... no. It's gonna be donkey, huh? Here we go. There we go! I got it in 6 guesses. Not the worst, but not the best either. Yeah. On the bright side, though, I've got a streak going, 14. I've actually remembered to play Metazoo over the weekend, which I never remember to do. Like, I'm usually out and about doing stuff. I try not to spend that much time on the computer during the weekends. So I often completely forget about this, doing things out in the world. Or maybe I'm not doing things out in the world because I've remembered for 14 days straight now. Yeah. And Murph says, does Przewalski's horse count in the 7? It does. Yeah. Is it also called the Kiang? Hoyers? Asiatic wild Hoyers? Donkey? Kiang? Zebra? Maybe Przewalski's horse is just... horse. Przewalski's horse. It is a subspecies. Very cool. Okay. Here, let's check this out. They're magnetic. There you go. They're very social animals. True. Donkey emote. There you go, Lenina, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Pretty cool. Let's out for some horsepower. I don't see an Animal Fact Files video about donkeys. Well, here's one, but not really. How realistic is Donkey Kong? I don't think that's exactly what we're looking for. I like this. 10 interesting facts about donkey. Donkey singular. Let's see if this is any good. As we're talking about these critters.
10 interesting facts about donkey. Number 1. Donkeys have an incredible memory. Donkeys can recognize places, and other donkeys that were together 25 years ago.
But no longer than that. 26 years? And no shorter than that either. If you like, it has to be exactly 25 years. And this is not really what we're looking for. Let's see if we can find a video about equids in general. Equidae. Here we go. From PBS Eons. This'll work. Good stuff.
This diversity, the equid family would include more than a dozen
Hang on. Let's go back.
It's 55 million years ago in North America.
And hang on, we've got a question from Al and Alice. India, technically speaking, what kind of... Oh, Indiana Jones. What kind of archaeologist would he be? I don't know. I'm not an archaeologist. I'm a paleontologist, so I don't really work with human artifacts. Well, I don't excavate human artifacts. I'm a human being, so like things that this is a human artifact. This is a human artifact, but that doesn't make me an archaeologist. You know what I mean. You've kind of stumped me. I'm not an archaeologist. I don't really know what kind of archaeologist Indiana Jones would be. He teaches at a university, so he would be like an academic archaeologist, but does he ever publish papers? He almost seems like more of a grave robber than he is an archaeologist at times, but but I really can't criticize him too much, when he's doing good work like this. So, salute to him doing the Lord's work. Yeah. That is proper archaeological practice, says Ms. Blue Skies. Yeah. And that's true, Charlie's Dragon. That's true. So Al and Alice... So paleontologists study fossils. The preserved remains of ancient life forms. This usually goes back millions of years. So paleontologists study fossil plants, various fossil animals, including dinosaurs, but also things like fossil whales, other fossil mammals, fossil reptiles, and fossil amphibians, and, fossil ray-finned fishes and sharks and things like that. So paleontology is the study of fossils. Archaeology is the study of human artifacts. Here's horses, for instance. So archaeologists study the remains of human civilizations, much more recent stuff, in the last few thousand years. Up until like 80 years ago or something like that. There are archaeologists who dig up old Coca-Cola bottles and stuff like that. Yeah. Old radiator caps from maybe a 1965 Volkswagen Beetle. That would be a pretty amazing find, actually. But that's the sort of thing an archaeologist would study, Paleontologists study fossils. Paleontologists dig in rock. Whereas archaeologists are dealing with much more recent stuff. That's going to be soil, essentially. So there's an old phrase that, paleontologists, we dig deeper. And that's not always true in a literal sense. But we're dealing with things that are often millions of years old. Archaeologists deal with human stuff. Like human sculptures, statues, coins, things like that. Pottery is a big thing. Paleontologists deal with fossils. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anyhow. Padawan says, where's the world's best spot right now to dig up ancient animals? Well, in terms of the wealth of fossils and how scientifically important they are and how well funded it is in that place, China. Hands down, it would have to be China. they blow everywhere else in the world out of the water. Like, China is a growing powerhouse of paleontology. They're gonna surpass the U.S. in the next few years if they haven't already. So China, yeah. Anywho. Padawan says, does the government allow it? In the U.S., not oftentimes, no. I mean, like, the National Science Foundation has been gutted by the Trump administration. They've hardly given out any awards this year. Like, things are really, really grim. Like, honestly, it is downright embarrassing that, like, government support for science in the United States is... it's hanging on by a thread, you know? You compare that to other countries, like especially China, and holy cow, are they... They're building new museums all over the country. They're investing literally hundreds of millions, probably billions of dollars in fossil science. Well, billions is probably too much, but a lot. You know, it's pretty extraordinary. And some of my old friends are now... opportunities have dried up here in the States, so they've moved to China, and they're doing really well. Here.
Before
here we go.
Most people don't know that China has a lot of dinosaurs. There is a very big diversity of fossils here. China is really one of the best places in the world right now to do paleontology on dinosaurs and birds.
Yep.
China is the new land of dinosaurs, I would say.
I used to work with Alida. We dug up Yoshi's trike, the Triceratops.
My
together
name
in
is
2011.
Alida Bayel. If people ask me what is my job, then I tell them. I work on the evolution of birds and dinosaurs. I'm an associate researcher and professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Institute of Paleontology and Paleoanthropology.
Is what it's called. In Beijing.
Paleontology is the study of life on Earth. The Earth is more than 4 billion years old, so paleontology is actually a really huge science.
It's enormous.
You study the evolution of, bacteria, plants, or animals that have lived on Earth this whole time.
Diagonal says Tom Stidham was studying fossil birds in China for several decades. Yeah. He was a housemate with me and John Hutchinson when I was... That is so cool, Diagonal. Small world. Holy cow. We watched John Hutchinson's... we've looked at his papers and several videos and stuff. His favorite dinosaur... John Hutchinson's favorite dinosaur, according to a talk that he gave in Seattle, his favorite dinosaur is one of my dinosaurs, Trirarchuncus. He published a paper on it back in the 90s, and then later on we found more material of the same critter and named it. And small world, Diagonal. That's really cool. That's really
Before I came to China, I already knew that this institute was one of the best in the world for paleontology, and they're published in really good journals like Science, Nature. Most people don't know about Chinese dinosaurs and Chinese birds because they're more familiar with the dinosaurs that were popularized by Jurassic Park. You know, like you have Tyrannosaurus Rex and Triceratops. Those are very famous dinosaurs from America. When compared to China, really, we just recently found, the Jeho biota in Liaoning province in the 1980s.
It's helped revolutionize our understanding of dinosaurs.
In the Jeho biota from the early Cretaceous, you have a lot of transitional specimens, between birds and dinosaurs. So you can see 10 million years of evolution between dinosaurs that are on their way to becoming.
This lousy CGI pterosaur. This clip doesn't have anything to do with... This is not the best edited.
Birds.
It's not a bird and it's not a dinosaur.
So this fossil right here is one of the most famous fossils in China. It's a fossil bird called Confuciusornis, and they have found many, many specimens, like thousands of specimens of this species. It's very well preserved with skin, feathers. this was a male because it has 2 long tail feathers, and the females presumably had much shorter tail feathers. Actually, these type of fossils from China have helped us understand the early evolution of flight and also reconstruct a lot of, flight apparatuses in dinosaurs and birds.
Yep. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. It goes on, but I don't want it to be this way, you know? I want to live in the country where we are at the forefront of paleontology. But right now, that's not the United States. It's China, you know? They're leading the way in terms of funding this work. The Chinese government is pouring millions of dollars into paleontological research and science education for the general public, building museums, just really trying to prop up science in that country, and that is the opposite of what the U.S. government is doing right now, where they're just, science funding is in a free fall. And just yesterday, I was at we have a special, end of the school year picnic every year for University of California, Berkeley, for the Paleontology Museum and for people kind of in that milieu. Integrative biology and paleontology and related fields. And yeah, that was one of the major topics of conversation is like, funding is drying up everywhere. And like, there's fewer and fewer jobs. And it's just, I know several people who are planning to move out of the U.S. just for greener pastures because science funding in the United States it's being strangled by the Trump administration. So yeah. Anyhow, Anyway, I'll share the horse video with you. We're not actually gonna we're not gonna watch this whole thing because I want to get into some Star Wars stuff, as promised for today. And yeah, it wasn't the best before then either. Absolutely, Murph. Yeah, I mean, science funding has not been doing great in the U.S. Kind of since there's a lot of different factors that go into it. And it's hard to, like, pinpoint exactly where it started to decline. But maybe you could say, like, the end of the 90s, early 2000s, something like that. Reagan is a huge part of it. Yeah, you could trace a lot of stuff back to Reagan. Oh boy. Yeah. It's almost too easy of an answer, though. You know? If you want to figure out, like, where different things in the United States history started to decline, if it's within the last 50 years, usually you could point to Reagan. And you wouldn't be wrong. It's almost too easy. Yeah. Anyhow. But we had another question as well. Where was that? And what was it? Let's see. Oh, where are they digging in China? Desert and mountains or eastern China? All over the place, Padawan. Yeah. Here. So in the northern part of China, where it borders Mongolia, you have the Gobi Desert. And this is an area that is renowned for its fossils. So northern China, kind of northern central China right there. And then eastern China, Manchuria. There we go, Liaoning province, which I believe is within what sometimes called Manchuria. None of these are embiggening the way they should be. Anyway, yeah. Eastern China, that's where you have dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx and Liaoningosaurus and Caudipteryx and so many others. Seems like every few weeks there's exciting news about either a new dinosaur or new studies on a previously known dinosaur with new data from this part of China. And then, near the town of Lufeng in southern China, you've got dinosaurs from the early Jurassic period. And this is really important as well. And it is astonishing just seeing, like, what they've built there. Just amazing. Yeah, here we go. And then there's lots of other places too. You've got way predated, hundreds of millions of years before, or almost 200 million years before. Yeah. So this fossil was actually found by a mountaineering enthusiast. He found it when climbing the mountains here. He offered us some clues as to where it was. We finally found this spot, and the fossil's here. It was like the end of a treasure hunt. Yep. The Jingshuan biota. Is that the Cambrian one diagonal? I don't know if I'm familiar with that. That biota. But anyway, here. Let's see. China Dinosaurs Park. There's so many different. Goodness. This is in Changzhou. It's honestly hard to keep track of all these different places in China where they've got. I was hoping to find you like a category on Wikipedia. Genera. You have to go to a list of Asian dinosaurs, but there is there's quite a few. A good number of these are going to be from China, and a lot of them are going to be from Mongolia as well. But here we go. It's quite the list. But yeah, the majority of these are going to be from Mongolia, and from China probably has even more than Mongolia nowadays. Yeah, look at all those. We're just in the C's right now. The D's. There's the E's. Yeah. It's pretty impressive. Double in size, but I don't know about doubling in size by the end of the year. No, but it's increasing at a steady clip. Not even halfway through the alphabet yet. Anyway, you get the idea. There's a link if you want to look at that article. Yeah. No, Charlie's Dragon, this is just dinosaurs, different, I think almost entirely valid dinosaur genera from Asia. And the majority of those are probably from China. In fact, let's check. We can test that hypothesis. Do a Control F for Mongolia. Mentioned 121 times. Paired with China. 358 times. Okay. So yeah, China has about twice as many dinosaurs as Mongolia now. So yeah, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. And yeah, the Xinjiang biota, exactly. And Andrew, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you had an excellent weekend. But yeah, here I am being a dinosaur chauvinist. Too dinosaur-centric over here. But the Xinjiang biota kind of rivals the Burgess Shale for scientific importance. It's also from the Cambrian. This is long before the first dinosaurs. But you get all kinds of wild, wacky creatures. And these are kind of a staple of, like, Chinese museums. You've got these beautiful facilities that have been built to help teach the public about these critters. These are not to scale. They're blown up way inside. Hallucigenia, I think, is like that. Like a spiky guy. And Anomalocaris, I think, is maybe like 3 feet long. So it's like triple actual size right there. But yeah. And what percentage of those fossil finds are form genera? I'm not sure I know what you mean, Nell. All of them, maybe? They're based on body fossils, if that's what you're asking. If we're talking about these critters. I don't know how many of them have been named based on traces. I don't think many of these are ichnotaxa. But I am not an expert in this. But holy cow, look at this facility that they built there. I'm so jealous as an American. I'm so jealous. Yeah. And Andrew says it's amazing how cities in China have built up around fossil sites. That's the thing, is that the government will recognize the importance of a fossil site in China, and they'll build a museum there, and then they'll essentially build a town around the museum. Where, like, that town's reason for existence is that there's a globally important fossil site there. I mean, imagine that. Imagine if we could do that kind of thing in this country. Where, like, hey, we recognize that Dinosaur National Monument is a globally important dinosaur site. Let's build a town around that. And make it a travel destination, build hotels and everything, and, like... instead of the current situation where, like... I don't know, talking with friends and colleagues who work in some of these places, they're like, yeah, we have no budget this year, and we're going to have to fire everybody because the government doesn't want this facility to exist, essentially. Like, the Trump administration is actively trying to dismantle... Well, they actively have dismantled the U.S. Forest Service, right? This is from a month ago. Trump plans to move Forest Service headquarters to Utah and shutter research sites. So, like, doing the exact opposite of what we should be doing, you know? I know people who work for the Forest Service, and they are probably going to lose their jobs this year because the department is just being absolutely gutted. They're gonna... I think they already are opening up U.S. Forest Service land, like national forests, to logging and stuff. They're like, oh yeah, just cut it down, you know? Because nothing is more important than profit. Not maintaining these ecosystems and all the species that live within them. Not tourist dollars, not the health and well-being and the enjoyment of the American public. It's like, no, just sell all that stuff off to the highest bidder and, you know, pave over paradise and put up a parking lot. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, fella. Don't get me started. Oh boy. Anywho. May the 4th be with you too, David Winlow. Here, let's get into what we were going to talk about today. Oh, that's Precambrian. Oh, diagonal. I was more asking. I'm not actually familiar with the Jiangxuan biota. But here, I think I've got a segue for that. Here we go. Yeah, when you get into these Cambrian and Precambrian biotas like this, and just the weird, wacky critters you see there, it's... There we go. It's like you've walked straight into the Mos Eisley Cantina. You're like, what the heck are you? And are you gonna eat me? Like, what's up with your face? Like, are those eyeballs? Like, what? What? How's that for a segue? Yeah. 12 systems. There you go, Reality Ripple, yeah. I mean, these are critters that would not be out of place in Mos Eisley. Just incredibly weird creatures. I'd love to see a Star Wars character based on Opabinius' Tone Rebellion. It's ripe for it. The plants look like plants too, says Copernicus. Those are not plants, those are animals. Yeah, those things there on the bottom are related to maybe sponges, maybe corals, other things. Those are not plants. They're other kinds of weird animals. I think the plants at this time were still mostly algae and things like that. I don't think you get complex, certainly not seagrasses. Those come much later. Seagrasses are angiosperms. They're not around until at least the Cretaceous. But I don't think you had a whole lot of complex marine plants until much later in Earth history. And hallucigenia is so cool in Neverwinter. Just incredibly weird and awesome. Yeah. Fossils, the best of them look like this. This is a critter that is so bizarre that it was reconstructed upside down for decades. Literally, no one knew how to make heads or tails of it. Just incredibly strange. Yeah. And hey, XY Kim, welcome back. Good to have you here. Can we find an animation of the Burgess Shale? There we go. Excellent. There we go. Not what I was looking for. Not quite what I was looking for. Here, maybe? Hang on a second. It's just an incredibly bizarre fauna. This is the Burgess Shale from Canada, from Yoho National Park in British Columbia, right? Oh, and there's Opapinia trying to grab an Ottawia or somebody out of there? Who was that? Incredibly weird. Again, I'm only bringing this up. It doesn't have a direct connection to Star Wars, but it's got a similar kind of vibe to the Mos Eisley Cantina. Ottawia, thank you, Neverwinter. Yeah. Yeah. There's Wawaxia there. Looks like a pincushiony thing. Kind of trundling along on the bottom. And you get these weird spongy guys. I don't know if these are related to sponges or what over here. Yeah. Ms. Drop Bear says, I've been wanting to do a terrarium or aquarium, and these are giving me ideas. Very cool. I love to help provide inspiration for creative projects like that. That makes me smile. Oh, and here's Hallucigenia crawling along here. Very nice. Oh, Morella, there you go. The trilobite-like guy, right? Neverwinter? Yeah. Very, very cool. Anyway, good stuff. Felaheen says, are plants animals that took the option to stay put? No. So, taking the option to stay put, that's what we would call sessile. And there's a lot of animals that are like that. So today, well here, I'll show you on our Tree of Life real quick. We've got animals over here. There's the animals. They all come from a common ancestor. So they all evolved from one species that would have lived about 650, 700, maybe 800 million years ago. The details are a little hazy there. But the Coenoflagellates, who might be the closest living relatives of animals, you had to go much further back to get to the plants. Fungi are also closer to animals than they are to plants. Anyway, plants are over here. So plants and animals split about 2 billion years ago. First eukaryotic organisms, they have this radiation at the beginning of, like, as soon as they evolve, they're splitting up, they're doing different things. One branch becomes the plants, the other becomes the animals. So just because something stays in one place doesn't mean it's a plant. So sponges are a good example of an animal. These are actually closely related to the vertebrates, as I understand it, right? Or no, maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But sponges are a kind of animal. Animals don't produce their own food in the way that plants do. Plants will usually take in energy from the sun, and they'll take in carbon dioxide, and they'll absorb nutrients, maybe from the soil or something, but then they use that to kind of produce their own food that they live on. Whereas animals have to take in food from elsewhere, and that's what sponges do. They'll filter out nutrients from the water. And then you have other animals that do similar things. Corals are another example of an animal. They are not plants. They are animals. And they don't start off stuck to the seafloor like this, or stuck to a reef. They start off as tiny, mobile juveniles. So... let's see... do we have a video of this? Let's find you a picture. Coral hatchling is not the right word. Juvenile is not the right word. What are we looking for here? Not embryo. me out here. I'm thinking of tunicates. Thank you, Andrew. I was thinking of tunicates. Larva. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Duh. But yeah, corals start off as little larvae, and they actually like swim or drift with the current. And then eventually they... Well, here we go. They've got little larvae that move around, and then they adhere to a hard surface. They become sessile. They become a mature polyp like this, and then they start to split apart. So you have essentially like a bunch of clones, I think, through asexual reproduction, and they form a colony like this, which is how you get these wonderful reefs. Corals are colonial animals. They're not plants. Pretty cool. Yeah. And Diagonal says if you look at living corals under the microscope, they have tiny tentacles and mouths. Bingo. Yeah. And they're related to other... Not cnidocytes, those are stinging cells. What's the word that I'm looking for? Cnidarians. So they're related to things like anemones, and I think jellies, too? Let's look this up.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Thank you, Riker Red, for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air, Riker. I appreciate that.
Tradoon.
So check this out from the California Academy of Sciences about corals. How do corals build reefs?
Tradoon.
Let's look inside a polyp to see how it helps build a reef.
So this is a single coral organism, an animal.
Carbon from
Single
algae
coral animal.
and seawater and turns it into calcium carbonate.
So it's building its own skeleton.
When you breathe, you exhale carbon dioxide. All animals do, including corals.
Yep.
But their carbon dioxide combines with calcium from the ocean to create calcium carbonate. Corals use this chalky compound to build their skeletons. Hard coral polyps push away from the surface on which they reside, then fill the gaps with calcium carbonate. Repeating this process over and over, they construct an entire reef.
It's pretty impressive.
Corals can build up a reef at a rate of several centimeters per year. Speeding up time allows us to watch the coral community grow, as individuals compete for resources on the reef.
That makes a lot of sense. So that's neat, Ms. Blue Sky.
This
That's very
slow,
cool.
steady process can go on for a long time. Some reef structures.
Thank you, Hugin, for the 100 bits. Yeah.
Paleontology in Star Wars? Does that mean that the D-Rex from Jurassic World Rebirth is a giant blurb from the Mandalorian lol?
I don't know, Hugin. We can look at that in a bit if you'd like to, but somehow I kind of doubt it. I don't think they put that much thought into Jurassic World Afterbirth, or whatever it was called. I think you might be giving them too much credit.
Are centuries old. Ocean currents and other factors can change the coral's shape. The same species can look quite different depending on something as simple as how fast the surrounding water is moving.
Anyway, corals, really cool animals, but they are
We call this attribute plasticity. Corals' flexible response to their environment helps them adapt to a changing world.
Cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this video from Galactic.
Impact with your iguanodon.
And Tone Rebellion, I can do that.
Danny, can you take a look at the mythosaurs from Star Wars and tell us which animals you think they might be based on?
I don't know what these look like, so that'll be interesting. Remind me in a few minutes. We'll get into that. Remind me.
Is there a book you can recommend about the Cambrian fauna which is like Gould's Wonderful Life, but more current than the late 1980s?
I don't know, Golganek. Shoot, I have Gould's Wonderful Life. I haven't read it. Not yet. You know, the person to ask could be Andrew. Andrew, if you're still here in the chat, could you recommend a more up-to-date book on Cambrian fauna than Gould's Wonderful Life? The only... what jumps to mind for me is In the Blink of an Eye, I think, by, oh goodness, who wrote that? But he's basically putting forth the idea that the evolution of eyes may have helped spur on the Cambrian explosion. But I don't know if you could really compare it to Wonderful Life. I don't know if it's a similar kind of book. Oh, John Foster has a book. Nice. Okay. Here. Cambrian book. Here we go. Cambrian Ocean World, Ancient Sea Life of North America. I need to pick this up. You can get it as an ebook for $10. Nice. Yeah. And $65 is a little pricey, but chances are if you're watching on your desktop right now, maybe you'd be okay with an ebook for $10. But June 2014, that's pretty good. But yeah, John Foster is a well-known paleontologist. He happens to be married to Rebecca Hunt Foster, who was the park paleontologist at Dinosaur National Monument. But John's a cool guy. And he also wrote the book on the Morrison Formation, which is over here. Jurassic West by John Foster. Excellent book there. So if his Cambrian one is half as good as that, then it's going to be pretty good indeed. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Coming in clutch there. I appreciate that. Anyway, let's get into the Star Wars stuff, shall we? Without further ado, and there's been a lot of ado so far. For everybody who waltzed in after the beginning of our stream today, we're going to be talking about the influence of fossil science, paleontology, on Star Wars. These might be two things that you don't think have very many connections, but you might be surprised. Oh, fossil matrices. Soft sandstone is always nice. If the bone is well preserved, addicted to gabbing. Oh man, I've dug at some sites where it's like a soft beach sand almost. It's just like a dream. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I just printed this over the weekend. This is one of these things that, like, it's kind of captured my imagination since I was a kid. To me, the coolest things about Star Wars are the designs of the creatures, of the ships, of the characters, stuff like that. You can kind of tell that Star Wars is a series that it's shaped by artisans. by concept designers, by people who have a strong aesthetic sense, you know? Even if the movies could be corny and the dialogue can be clunky and stuff like that, especially with like the prequel trilogies, I think one of the major strengths is just the designs of different things. And ever since I was a little kid, the Tauntauns really kind of spoke to me. Here, I was showing this off earlier. I think this kind of captures it. This person a few months ago on Blue Sky said, Star Wars isn't about the Jedi or the Skywalkers or hope or mythology or any of that. Star Wars is about seeing a weird little space guy in the background of a scene when you're a kid and then obsessing over that weird little space guy for the rest of your life. I find that to be true. I agree with that. And these creatures in The Empire Strikes Back, maybe it's because they look so theropod-like. But something about these guys really just kind of captured my imagination. That's why I'm printing another one right now as we speak. Looks like it's going well so far. Excellent. So we'll check on this periodically throughout the rest of the stream. Yeah. And they do have multiple sets of nostrils, Neverwinter, yeah. Before we go any further with this, if anybody, is gonna tune out, let me give you this link at least. This right here, I could focus the whole stream on this, but here's Tom Holtz, dinosaur paleontologist, and he was interviewed by, I guess, a fossil enthusiast and Star Wars fan about paleontology's influence on Star Wars. Here's a link right here. So we might be returning to this multiple times throughout today's stream.
Ever since The Empire Strikes Back, there have been real animals in Star Wars. We see iguanas, reticulated pythons, king snakes, etc. on Dagobah. But even before that, in the first film, there was the prop skeleton of the Krayt dragon.
Right.
Which was...
We'll be talking about this too.
Sauropod skeleton from another film, Disney's One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Albeit not a particularly accurate one.
Well, you know, the skull was largely imaginary, but at the time, Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus weren't known for the skull material. And so what they have on the model from One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing was comparable to what you would see in a natural history museum, which is, sadly, it was mostly imaginary. We subsequently have recognized what actual Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus skulls were. So the skull isn't really good, but the stuff...
Anyway, kind of goes through a bunch of different things in here. So, somebody brought this up on stream a little while ago. This sauropod vertebra right here was apparently the design inspiration for a particular starfighter, which I wasn't familiar with. We've got the Ronto Brachiosaurus thing. Probably talk about that. Talk about a bunch of other stuff. A lot of this is going to be like things I'm not super familiar with because I was never that into Star Wars where I was reading all of the extended universe novels and the Ewok cartoons and all of this stuff. I want to make it clear right from the beginning that my familiarity with Star Wars is primarily with the original trilogy of films. And then I had a few of the books, or I would get them from the library when I was a kid. Vehicles and creatures and this and that. So I am by no means an encyclopedic source of Star Wars trivia or anything like that. But to me, some of the things that always captured my imagination about Star Wars were related to the creatures and stuff like that. Like, for instance... But yeah. And addicted to capping. No, so Brontosaurus and Brachiosaurus are two entirely different dinosaurs. It's Brontosaurus versus Apatosaurus. They may or may not be the same animal, but it depends on who you ask. Like, different sauropod workers have different opinions about this. You could say Brontosaurus if you want to. Like, nobody's really gonna get on your case about that anymore, I don't think. But anyway, yeah. Crimson says, I can be a bit of a lore junkie with Star Wars and other fiction. Yeah, and I've never quite been that way. I don't know. Like, some of the stuff that I think is really interesting about Star Wars has to do with the production of the films and, you know, like, the behind-the-scenes stuff. I often find that to be more interesting than, like, the fictional lore stuff. But, yeah. Anywho, and hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Welcome. What's going on? You having a good day? But yeah. And yeah, Diagonal, I'm sure we'll look at that clip later. Yeah, the big Imperial Walkers, the AT-ATs, or AT-ATs, tomato, potato. Those are actually based on a fossil critter. Paraceratherium. So we'll be talking about that in a few minutes. But, how are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Are you having a good day? Are ya? What are you looking at? Yeah. Oh ho 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 ho. I'm sorry I can't give you any treats. I'm sorry, Sweetie Pie. It's against the rules now. Yeah. You might be allergic. And Crimson, I have a story about that, actually. Have you heard this before? I know I've told this story in the past, but, like, I've spent time with some of the people who worked on Star Wars, on the original trilogy. And, I guess I'll tell the story again. Huh. Okay. At least once Sweetie Pie vacates, and I can get into it and get to my keyboard and everything else, because you're kind of in the way. You're kind of in the way right now. You know that? Yeah. And why against the rules? Well, so Sweetie Pie has been dealing with some allergies, and we're not really sure what's causing it, and it might be the treats. Whoa. So, no more treats for her for a while. But I should probably get some, like, just get some of her food and keep it here. And I can put that on the desk and she can eat it. She has special hypoallergenic food. Would you like having some of that here, Sweetie Pie? Gotta remember to do that. Yeah. Oh, and there you go, Raptor. Nice. Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah. Scratch that chin. Get under that throat. There we go. Yeah. Is there nothing interesting happening in the house right now? Really? You gotta come here? Is this the most interesting stuff going on right now? Is me talking into a camera in front of a microphone or vice versa? Is that really what you're most interested in right now? Oh. Fearsome jaws. Look at that. What a mighty predator. What a fearsome beast. I'm lucky you're not like twice as big, or you would probably probably eat me. Yeah, you would. Oh, you might regret it later, but in the moment you'd be like, oh man, this is so tasty. Yeah. I'll eat the hand that feeds me. Yeah, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Yeah. 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 What? What's that look for? It's like you want something. The size of a serval for potential people predation? I mean, that's the thing, Alexander. I do feel like if domestic cats were about twice as big, like you wouldn't be able to let them outside. They'd be like bringing home neighborhood kids in their jaws and leaving them on the porch. Yeah. You're just remorseless killers. You are. Yeah. You're just a fuzzy murder beast. It's true. Yeah. Not part of the food chain. I am the food chain. Yeah. Rats beware. I mean, people beware. Neighbors beware. You would eat them up. You would tear them asunder. Those deadly jaws. Those saber teeth. You don't have saber teeth, do you? Can we see? Can we see your teeth? Let's have a look. Sweetie pie, say ah. Say ah. Whoa. Oh, we didn't get that on camera. Whoa, look at those teeth. Look at them. I'm kind of trying to get you to leave so that we can continue talking about this. Oh, okay. Thank you. The chatters have been waiting for paleontology and Star Wars for what? Several hours now at this point. Almost 3 hours. Yeah. Let's get into it. Again, video with Tom Holtz here. He lays all this stuff out. We could spend the whole stream just looking at this video, but I'll just give you a link. But first off, I want to talk about Paraceratherium and the AT-AT walkers. So, it's funny that these have become such a cultural juggernaut. And again, I was fascinated by these as a kid. So these are from the second film in the Star Wars oeuvre. From, when did Empire Strikes Back come out? 1983? But anyway, the AT-AT are all-terrain armored transport. Something about these is just super memorable. And I think a big part of it goes to, well, the way that they're designed and the way that they're animated. There's something very compelling about them. To me, I think it's because it's a huge machine, it's tank-like, and yet it has these biological qualities. It feels like an animal at the same time. And there's a reason for that. That link is broken. Shoot. Let's try and find... Looks like this one's working. Excellent.
Will be incorporated with it.
It's about the teamwork required to place a dream on film.
And just to be safe, let's go like this. There we go. There we go. So I think that's part of it, is as a kid growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, a lot of the stuff felt very close to home. And there are little Bay Area influences throughout the Star Wars series, too. But anyway, here's the Tauntaun. So we talked about this on the... Oh.
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought
Which
back
is a
to life
bounty hunter's
one of the
favorite
greatest
dinosaur,
animals that
Tango
ever
Fett.
walked the face of the earth.
I'm not I don't get it now. What? Tango. Thank you for the 46 months of support, by the way. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. Keeping me here on the air for 46 months. That's tremendous, and I am deeply grateful. I'm afraid your joke has sailed over my head, though. I'm not sure I get it. Anyhow. Jeez. Huh. And see, these are people who I think are, well, I'm not sure if Dennis Muren is still around. I hope he is. But that other name I recognize too. It's like some of the people here are people who went on to have long storied careers in filmmaking and special effects. And this is one of their first big breaks, was the Star Wars series. Phil Tippett, who is mentioned here as a stop-motion animator, I've met him before in Berkeley, California. I ran into him at the hardware store when I was in high school, volunteering at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. And, yeah, nice guy. Yeah. Here we go. So somebody was mentioning this. Was it Diagonal or Neverwinter who was talking about this? But in order to be able to get a creature like this to walk convincingly on stream, to animate it in a way that feels believable and compelling, well, the animators turned to nature for inspiration. Check this out. I think I've also met this elephant, too. Not kidding. Not a joke. I think this might be one of the elephants who used to be at Marine World, which when I was a kid, it was Marine World Africa USA in Vallejo, California. And Feist, thank you for the 59 months of support. Good evening to you too. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Holy cow.
Good evening.
Really appreciate that, Feist. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I think I would not be surprised if this is the same elephant that I met back in the 90s. Asian elephant. This might even be in Vallejo, California. Let me look this up real quick. Let's try this.
No decisions how to do any of this stuff, and all there were these wonderful color artworks that Ralph had done of the big walking machines. So we had to figure out how we're going to do this, and one of the thoughts was to make a robot. We were going to make a complete robotic one that would actually kind of move by itself, a walking machine maybe 5 feet tall or something like that. And that seemed like it could get very complicated and very expensive to do. But my background is before Star Wars was really in stop motion animation.
This is Dennis Murin speaking.
I'd seen King Kong when I was a kid and all. And so I pushed to do it in stop motion because they're machines anyway, and if they move sort of like a little staccato-like, it would just make them look more like machines. So we did it in stop motion. And we did it with models that were as big as a person can animate, which is about the size that a person can get their hands in to move it frame at a time. And we did it in front of big paintings that were, instead of blue screen compositing, paintings that were done to look like the sky, but painted so realistically you thought they were actually outdoors. The sets that were built were baking soda. And with trap doors in them so the animators could pop up, animate the figure, and go back down, and you could shoot a frame of film. And at 24 frames a second, we sort of, sometimes we'd get a shot a day if we were doing real good, which is like a 5-second shot. So we had scales that were like 5 foot or 4 foot tall one.
And it's just the incredible craftsmanship and work that goes into this is really fascinating to me. The fact that they're all physical objects I find really compelling too. Like when I'm here in my office, I really like having physical objects here in the background, you know? It'd be really easy here on Twitch to just have a green screen. And I know a lot of other people here on Twitch do that. And that's cool. Works for them. I'm not trying to slag anybody off here. I like having physical objects that I can manipulate and put, you know, show off to the camera and everything like that. That's why I do this. Something about that just feels very satisfying to me, you know? Like, working in paleontology, collecting fossils, curating them in museums. Objects are really important to me like that, you know? And not in a, like, you know, materialist, like, oh, I must own all of these things kind of way. Not in a consumerist kind of way, but in a, like, physical objects can tell a story. Like, they're a thing you can hold in your hands, and you know that there's a history there. And sometimes you create that history by making the thing in the first place. But I feel like for a lot of folks, especially like collections managers and curators at museums, I feel like they also have this kind of, they feel a certain, they're drawn to physical objects like this. And they want to catalog them and take care of them and make sure that they'll be around, these objects will be around long after we're all dead, you know? Well, I'm not speaking for you, but like, long after I'm dead, the fossils that I collect in the field will still be in museums, hopefully centuries or millennia into the future. And these are things that I and my colleagues are digging up that are tens of millions of years old, hundreds of millions of years old in some cases. There's this link with the ancient past like that I find really fascinating and compelling. And part of that probably bleeds into stuff like this. I like having physical objects here in the office. That's important to me, you know? So yeah. Raptor says, I'm a VTuber, so everything is digital. Yeah, and that's cool. And I'm glad you enjoy that and that works for you. With me, like, I want to have that physical object. There's an authenticity there. It's something that took work to acquire or build or maintain, you know? Like the Diplodocus skull here. We'll be talking about this later as well. And you can tell when something is purely digital versus something was a real physical object that was filmed. Even with as convincing as some of the CG is nowadays, I feel like as that visual technology advances, our ability to discern what is a real physical object from what is something that's purely digital, that's also advanced, pretty much at the same rate, I think. I think it's one of the reasons why I find this so compelling, you know?
For scenes when it sort of blew up, some part of it blew up and it had to fall over. Those were done with high-speed photography. And we had some photo cutouts that were in the backgrounds, or sometimes when you see about 6 or 7 of them, and the ones in the background are just Polaroid photo cutouts that are sort of animated. And then we have little tiny ones that we used for the very opening shot, I think when you see them, or some of the speeder shots when you see them off in the distance, real tiny ones off in the distance there. And we just made them as small as we could possibly make them to do it. So we had.
Claire says sometimes when something is harder to do and takes more time, or it's worth more in the end, absolutely. Sometimes, I would say more often than not. As long as it's done well, you know?
Had lots of different scales that we mixed and matched depending on the shot.
So yeah, I find that really compelling. Here, back to this right here. And, you know, that idea of authenticity is something that I find that's really important to me. I don't know what it is about the way that my particular brain works, but a lot of other people feel the same way. There's something special about that. Anyway, I guess the point is that a tremendous amount of work went into this sequence with the AT-AT walkers, the snow walkers, and these are all layers built on top of, I think, a very important and high-quality skeleton, so to speak. So there was a lot of concept art that went into the design of these things. And when I was a kid, growing up here in the Bay Area, there's kind of an urban legend in this part of California, and maybe some of you have heard it. But it's that, when George Lucas was coming up with ideas for The Empire Strikes Back, you know, he's from Northern California, and, he was inspired by the big shipping container cranes at the Port of Oakland, which I actually have on my shirt right here today. So if you're a kid growing up in the Bay Area, you're familiar with these things. Big shipping container cranes. They are a landmark. They're almost a local celebrity. In fact, here, there we go. Yeah. That's funny. Here's a t-shirt design, I guess, that you can buy. With one of the container cranes, and it's thinking about an AT-AT walker. This was like one of these things that I was taught were true growing up. Everybody in the Bay Area knew this. Like, oh yeah, you know, the big walkers from Star Wars, those are inspired by the container cranes in Oakland. Oh, here it is. That's the... Yeah, nice. Beast Oakland. Here, I'll give you a link to this. These are pretty neat, actually. But yeah, these are a local landmark. People love these things. The container cranes. People love to anthropomorphize them or biologize them, think of them as living things. Yeah. I'm gonna get one of these. These are cool. I don't know. I'm saving up for the field season though, so it's gonna have to wait. But anyway, this is just like received wisdom here in the Bay Area. Did Oakland's cranes inspire the AT-AT walkers? The answer finally revealed. So the answer is... it's a myth, said George Lucas, politely but firmly. That is definitely a myth. And that's funny. As for anyone who might also believe that the trench-like San Pablo/MacArthur exit on I-580 might have inspired the surface of the Death Star, Lucas also insisted that's a myth too. But Phil Tippett, the stop-motion animator who was responsible for the sequence, says the original vehicles actually looked nothing like the container crane, and more like a garbage truck. Which I think is actually where the original design for the, Imperial Juggernaut came from, right? Which has since been, like, reused in various Star Wars properties. But I think this was originally supposed to be the design for the AT-ATs. I think these were featured in, like, Rogue One and in Andor and stuff like that. Yeah. Where were we? Yeah. But in a different interview, Phil Tippett actually mentioned the AT-ATs have a paleontological inspiration. Paraceratherium, which is the critter that I have right here. This is from Wired magazine way back in 2012, I guess. Shoot. There you go. Yeah. Phil Tippett moved back to the San Francisco Bay Area and eventually began working on The Empire Strikes Back, doing stop-motion animation on the famous AT-ATs, which, despite what the urban legend may say, were not inspired by the dock machinery at the Port of Oakland. That's not so, Tippett said. I think it was based on a prehistoric animal called Baluchitherium. It's a giant horse-pig-elephant thing. That's my memory of it, anyway. So that critter... it is related to horses. It's a perissodactyl, but it's more closely related to rhinos. Here's one getting tangled up with a snowspeeder. I posted this to Blue Sky over the weekend. I did not do the actual illustrations here. I just kind of brought everything together for this because I didn't have time. I was working on a lot of other stuff this weekend. But, yeah. This is that critter. Baluchitherium, aka Indricotherium, from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts, aka Paraceratherium. The general consensus seems to be that all of these critters are the same thing. But I'll show you a clip from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. And hopefully that'll give you an idea of the scale of this animal and how it is a pretty fitting inspiration for an AT-AT. Jeez. It's like 23 feet tall. In the Cenozoic. Dinosaurs certainly got much bigger. So I hope that makes sense. The container crane, Port of Oakland crane story, while I loved that as a kid, turns out it's not true. But I think this is even cooler. These giant ancient hornless rhinos being the inspiration for AT-AT walkers, that's pretty nifty. And Nurse says they lived in the desert? Yeah, so Paraceratherium is from the... what is it, like the Miocene of Asia, like Central Asia, thereabouts? I know there's some from China. I know there are some from what is now, I think, Pakistan. Paraceratherium. Here we go. Remains have been found across Eurasia between China and the Balkans. There you go. Which formations we talking here? Gansu Province. Anjang Formation. Aral Formation. There you go. In Kazakhstan. Neogene. Yeah. Anyhow, Paraceratherium. The taxonomy of the genus and species within has had a long and complicated history. Other genera of Oligocene Indricotheres, such as Baluchitherium, Indricotherium, and Pristinotherium, have been named, but no complete specimens exist, making comparison and classification difficult. Most modern scientists consider these genera to be junior synonyms of Paraceratherium. So since Paraceratherium was named first, that's the name that stays, and the other names we can forget about. For now, at least. maybe someday we'll find more complete specimens of those other guys, and maybe they'll turn out to be different from Paraceratherium, in which case those names could come back. But for now, it seems like the general consensus is just to refer to all of these critters as Paraceratherium. So yeah. And yeah, Kaklansdorf, yeah. Border region of Iran and Pakistan. Thank you, Kaklansdorf. Yeah. I was thinking India and Pakistan. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know enough about these guys. I mean, nobody knows enough about them. But I don't even know what's known. Yeah. A bunch of different species have been named. Interesting. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. This is kind of the closest that mammals ever got to being like sauropod-sized. If we're talking about the larger sauropods. Look at those teeth. Very rhino-like teeth. What a cool critter. And they are... It's funny how AT-AT-like they are. It'd be really neat for somebody to... Maybe somebody already has. To, like, draw a Paraceratherium. Like it's an AT-AT walker. With all the paneling and the rivets and the... I don't know if anybody has yet. That seems like low-hanging paleo art fruit there. Somebody should do that. I think I would certainly get a kick out of it. Yeah. There you go, fall machine, yeah. A wastebasket taxon, maybe. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. I guess so, yeah. Yeah. And Real Men Grow Beard says, I've seen AT-AT Halloween costumes for dogs. I've seen this too. Not in person. But online. Yeah. There's store-bought ones you can get. I think these are made of soft fabric, so it's not going to be as convincing as some of the homemade ones. That's pretty neat. This is utterly unconvincing. Yeah, I don't feel like you're getting the idea across there. You need a long, svelte dog, like a Whippet or a Greyhound, you know? Maybe a Saluki. Yeah.
Dinosaurs are just cool. Let's check them out.
Cephalon Wolf, hey, how was your stream? Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you.
Cephalon Wolf and their 5 raiders are here to check him out too.
Welcome, welcome. If, well, if there happen to be any new people coming in with the raid, Cephalon Wolf, let me play the channel trailer really quickly for you. Oh, for anybody else who might be new. By the way, we're talking about Paleontology's influence on the Star Wars series on today's stream. It's an oddly constructed sentence. So we'll get back to AT-ATs and their ancient fossil rhino inspiration in a minute. But first, here, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick while we play this. Quick little channel trailer. Be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Welcome to Paleontology. There you go, Miss Blue Sky. I like that a lot. Yeah. There you go. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I suppose Luke Herman's Gaming, yeah. Yeah. Paraceratherium is the name, which is not... Honestly, the other names that they could have kept, both Indricotherium and Beluchitherium are much cooler names. Paraceratherium doesn't have the same ring to it. But, yeah. Anyway, them's the rules. It's the ICZN, International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. Dictates the original name is the one that stays, if that's, yeah, if you have synonymy. Anyway, let's take a look at what Tom Holtz had to say about this with the AT-ATs. Let's find this in the transcript real quick. Oh, or... Oh, beautiful. We got a table of contents here.
Of course, and those are the original Imperial walkers we see, the AT-ATs on Hoth. And Phil Tippett, the animator, one of the chief animators for ILM during all this. Of course, also famously the dinosaur supervisor of Jurassic Park.
I will insert the meme here.
Exactly. And even before that, Phil Tippett had done some of the best stop motion, or rather go motion, as he called it, is innovation to that technique. Work on dinosaurs in the 80s.
Tom Holtz really knows his stuff. I really appreciate how he's not further replicating a lot of these misperceptions and urban legends and stuff like that. He actually knows the specifics, and he's very precise with how he speaks about them. This is great. I love this.
He obviously knew his fossil animals, and so to create some weird-looking, literally quadrupedal, so a four-legged walking piece of artillery was inspired by these giant hornless rhinos from the mid-Cenozoic. So, it's not a dinosaur. It doesn't have a long neck. It doesn't have a long tail. It's got a more compact body. And it looks really impressive. Of course, AT-ATs are vastly taller than any hornless rhino, or indeed any terrestrial animal.
And I've actually been lucky enough to be up close to a more or less life-size AT-AT, I think. I wonder if they still have this, or if they've torn it down. AT-AT. Here we go. I'm trying to find the exterior, and they're not showing that. But this is in Florida. I got to go here when I was a kid. And this is pretty cool. But they've got a life-sized, more or less life-sized, accurately scaled AT-AT. It might actually be about half size or something now that I think about it, but it seemed very big when I was a kid. Very, very big. I've not yet seen any Paraceratherium remains, Ms. Blue Sky. No. But maybe eventually when I go to AM&H in New York, I'll get to see the skull. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Could ever be on Earth, but it's made of long neck. It doesn't have a long tail. It's got a more compact body.
The dream, I
and
know,
it looks
right? Yeah.
Really impressive. Of course, AT-ATs are vastly taller than any hornless rhino, or indeed any terrestrial animal could ever be on Earth. But it's made of technology, and it's Star Wars. They can get away with that.
Fantastic point. It's great that you point that out. That was actually later in my script. But yeah, no, there was a lot of speculation for some time that they were like based on these like harbor shipping cranes in the San Francisco Bay Area, but no, he himself said it was well, I guess at the time it would have been called Baluchitherium.
Right.
But I guess since it's been lumped as Paracera.
Exactly. So there's bits and pieces of these giant rhinos have been found throughout the early 20th century. Baluchitherium and Indricotherium and Paraceratherium.
Pakistan, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And so eventually, people surveyed all of them and recognized there's probably just one genus with maybe a couple species. So Paraceratherium has priority. That is to say, it's the oldest properly named one, so we use that name now. But yeah, and in fact, our modern interpretation would have slightly different proportions, sort of neckier than the inspiration for the AT-AT.
Right, yeah, so I actually have that on the wall, too. I think this was in one of Osborne's publications. But he had this critter. Come on now. There we go. Looking more like this, with a shorter neck. Which does look more AT-AT-like, doesn't it? So this is, I think, basically in like the 20s. This is how this animal was envisioned. It is pretty darn big. But that may also be a slight overestimate in terms of size. But anyway, big critter, short neck back then. Now we realize these animals would have had a longer neck, would have looked a little bit more graceful. Again, like you see here. So yeah, it is definitely massive though, Padawan. Absolutely. Yeah. Anywho.
But if you look at the art that Phil Tippett would have grown up with in, say the 50s and 60s, in paleontology books,
Charles Knight paintings,
like Charles Knight paintings and other line drawings in paleontology books and popular books.
That's such a cool figure.
Would have looked a lot like the proportions you see in the AT-AT.
Right. So, continuing on the topic of repurposing 3D assets and such, for a more recent creature in the third season of The Mandalorian, there's
I've seen that. And Ms. Blue Skies was the discrepancy in neck due to us not having enough cervical vertebrae or not knowing the number. So they would have assumed, I think, that it had 7 cervical vertebrae, because nearly all mammals have 7. I think it's more the length of the vertebrae. So they probably didn't have... Yeah, back in the day, they would have only had a skull and a few other bones. That would have been enough to be able to tell that this critter is related to rhinos. But... So you could kind of use a rhino to sort of fill in the blanks. But, here we go. Yeah, this is basically what Osborne and Co. would have had back in the day. Like in the 20s, I think they basically had this. And so the reconstruction that you see here is largely speculative, but they're using rhino parts to kind of fill in the blanks, and they were able to get pretty close, but maybe we're a little off with the neck. So better specimens found later helped us to kind of fill that out in a way that's more authentic. Yeah. And it's crazy to be able to get that close at all. That's the thing, is that with certain mammals like this, if you have living relatives, you're sitting pretty, you know? If you want to get the overall shape of the animal generally pretty close, like if you're dealing with something like a perissodactyl, we know these critters are related to rhinos, and then after that, horses and tapirs. And so you can kind of use design elements from each of the design elements. You can use morphology from each of those critters to help fill in those blanks. And you can generally get pretty close. When you go further back in time to critters that don't have super close living relatives, like for instance, non-avian dinosaurs, you can use the EPB for certain things, the extant phylogenetic bracket, but kind of left out in the cold with certain stuff. Like, for instance, did dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, did they have lips, you know? Or would they have had exposed teeth like this? Well, if you use the extant phylogenetic bracket, if you look at the modern day closest relatives of T-Rex for clues, well, then you're kind of out of luck here. Because birds certainly don't have lips, nor do they have scaly mouths. And crocodiles have scaly mouths, but they don't have lips. So both of these groups are kind of uniquely poorly qualified to serve as inspiration here for your non-avian dinosaurs. You gotta go further back to things like maybe Komodo dragons. And they do have lips. They've got soft tissue that covers up their teeth. Even though they have big, formidable teeth, you never really see them because they have all this soft tissue surrounding their teeth. Yeah. And that's not the trachea, that's the Jacobson's organ there, Ms. Blue Sky. So like snakes, they have a special organ that they use for breathing there. Yeah. So varanid lizards like this are, I think, the closest living relatives of snakes. So I think that's what you're seeing there. Yeah. Here. Yeah, Jacobson's organ, also known as the vomeronasal organ. Snakes have this. Varanid lizards have this. Mammals do too, but it's not as pronounced usually. But this is a really interesting rabbit hole if you want to clamber down it. And thank you there, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. And let's see. No, you're good, Ms. Blue Skies. Yeah. Seems like there's often skulls, mandibles, etc. found in the species descriptions. Is that just it being easier to go from skull to knowing what you have to a new species? So with mammals in particular, it's skulls and especially teeth that tell you what kind of critter you're dealing with. In mammals, the teeth evolve very quickly and they're highly specialized. They're highly what we call diagnostic. And like certain groups of mammals will have teeth that are highly characteristic, like camels, for instance. They've got these weird, like, W-shaped things going on in their teeth, and if you find that, you know that you're dealing with a camel. So especially for mammals, skulls and teeth within those skulls, if you just find that, you know exactly what kind of critter you're dealing with. As opposed to something like a rib, which ribs are not as diagnostic. They don't have as many bells and whistles. They're not as recognizable. It's funny, with different groups, you have certain parts where, like, man, if I'm going to find any bone in the skeleton, I want that one. For dinosaurs, it's the skull. And then after that, you've got certain limb bones. Vertebrae can be really diagnostic, and sauropods, for instance. But with teeth, a lot of dinosaur groups don't even have teeth. But the ones that do, oftentimes the teeth are not very diagnostic. Like, it can actually be pretty difficult to tell the difference between, like, maybe a pachycephalosaur tooth versus an ankylosaur tooth, or an ankylosaur tooth versus a stegosaur tooth. Part of that might be that there's just fewer people who focus on the teeth and, like, build their careers around studying all the little particular bells and whistles. But part of it is that the teeth are just not that diagnostic. Like, the teeth are not that special. Whereas in mammals are very tooth-forward animals, you know? So yeah. And yeah, mammal teeth are tough too, exactly, Charlie's Dragon. So they're easier to preserve, in many cases easier to preserve than dinosaur teeth. Dinosaurs had more of a quantity over quality approach to their teeth. Mammals, we generally have two sets of teeth for our whole lives, and then we're done. You have your baby teeth, aka milk teeth, and then you have your adult teeth, and that's it. So those teeth had to be reinforced with extra enamel and thickened roots and all kinds of tricks and stuff like that to keep those teeth intact for the animal's whole life. Whereas dinosaurs are just constantly churning through teeth, like just producing new ones all the time. So the teeth didn't have to be as durable because they're in and out of there pretty quickly. So yeah. And there you go, Miss Blue Skies, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. So there you go. Paraceratherium as the paleontological inspiration for the AT-AT. I think this is really fun. There's a few other kind of more or less minor things in Star Wars that we could talk about before we get to the big one. But let's see. A bunch of these Star Wars critters I am not familiar with because I've not watched the various television shows and read the books and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's talk about this, though. In the special edition of Star Wars, when George Lucas re-released Star Wars in the 90s, which caused kind of a big Star Wars craze. This was during my childhood. CG had come to the fore through Jurassic Park. And George Lucas is like, oh, I like that. When we re-release Star Wars on VHS, let's do a bunch of CG stuff. People will love that, right? In many cases, people do not, but... yeah, here, we can find that. Some nostalgia here. Is it 1997? Was it that late in the 90s? Oh, man. Okay.
You're reliving the magic of the Star Wars trilogy on the big screen.
Oh, boy.
And at Taco Bell. Now it's time for the biggest thrill of all.
Hey, Joey, give me a hand with this thing. I'm dying here.
Taco Bell's all-new intergalactic draw. Win a life-size Darth Vader, a stormtrooper, or other incredible Star Wars prizes.
I knew we'd get good seats.
See all three. The Star Wars celebration continues, only at Taco Bell.
Oh, did they re-release them in theaters, too? Huh. They must have, I guess. But anyway, they were on VHS, and this is a big part of my childhood, I guess. there was a boxed set. Yep, there it is right there. So I think this is what kind of caused a big Star Wars craze in the 1990s, was the re-release of these films. I guess these were the special editions. But does anybody remember this from the 90s? And Lenina says that re-release, the re-release of the movies were some of mine and Blue's first dates. That's beautiful, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember my dad bought these. This is my introduction to Star Wars as a kid, back in the 90s. I don't know exactly what year that would have been, but RC Cover says I still have these. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, during that re-release, you had a bunch of stuff added onto the films, and one of those is another paleontological inspiration, or more of it's almost kind of a smash and grab. But Tom Holtz talks about that here.
It appears that the Ronto from the special edition of A New Hope was created using ILM's 3D model of the Brachiosaurus from Jurassic Park as its basis. And apparently the animators referred to it as the Bronto, and George Lucas came along, dropped the B, and that's where the name came from.
Right. And yeah, you can certainly see, it's got some brachiosaur-like elements to it, and it's not a surprise. A lot of times, studios will repurpose some of their old effects. Back in the day, Toho Studios, when they were still doing Suit Nation, so people in rubber suits, would remodel the suits from one kaiju to the next. And
yeah, and did Toho do this? I thought this was a different studio that did this. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, and they certainly do that with some of the Godzilla suits throughout the series. Where like that's a weird looking one in this one shot. And they also just recycle the footage too. Notorious for that. Godzilla's Revenge is like 20% stock footage.
And later on, with
and hey, Rakadactylus, yeah, you live long and prosper yourself, Rago. Thanks for being here.
digital assets. If someone's already gone to all the work to do the equivalent to armature to them for the locomotion and so forth, and the skins, well, you could tweak the proportions, modify the skins somewhat, add something here, subtract something there, and produce something that is still useful, and you don't have to recreate it entirely from scratch.
Yeah, especially this being in the early days of 3D animation. It's there's.
I'll give you a link to this, by the way, in case
more mammalian features. You can still see the core is very much Brachiosaurus.
Exactly.
The barrel chest, the longer forelimbs.
Yes.
Actually,
even
now that I look at it, it's kind of like, Paraceratherium.
Right. So the face definitely adds. Is not so dinosaurian. It does look like our interpretations of the hornless rhino Paraceratherium, which has another place in Star Wars inspiration, of course. And those are the original Imperial walkers we see.
And that brings us back to what we were just talking about. Yeah. But some of you sharp-eyed viewers may have noticed a Diplodocus skull in the background of today's stream. This is probably the firmest connection that we have between Star Wars and paleontology, dinosaur paleontology in particular. Diplodocus, of course, is this famous long-necked plant-eating dinosaur, a diplodocid sauropod. Everybody knows and loves Diplodocus, especially if they're in the UK. Diplodocus is one of the most famous and popular dinosaurs in the United Kingdom, despite not being from Europe. It's from Wyoming. But, yeah, it's kind of a funny story. And we should get into that just to set the stage here. I feel like I showed this clip not too long ago, but we're going to show it again real fast here. Dinosaur diplomacy from the early 20th century.
Much of what we know about Diplodocus is the result of American philanthropy on the grand scale. Not long after the bone wars were over, another American millionaire became fascinated by dinosaurs.
Robber baron, you might even say.
Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune out of steel, read a story in the New York Journal of 1898. The headline said, "Biggest dinosaur ever found." Andrew Carnegie wanted it. He wanted it for his museum in Pittsburgh. What Andrew Carnegie wanted, he usually got.
That's the thing, is that, like, you can call Andrew Carnegie a robber baron, he was kind of a villain in a lot of ways, but holy cow, did he, like, actually do positive things for paleontology, for literacy in the United States, building all these libraries and everything. Like, he's seen as this great villain of the early 20th century, and I think that's probably valid. But how much worse are these, like, tycoons of today who just take and take and take from society and don't really give anything back? Don't get me started. Just, anyway.
He immediately dispatched a man with a check for $10,000 and the orders, buy it.
In 1895, Carnegie had made his fortune in railroads and steel, and he decided to give to Pittsburgh a palace of culture. And the palace had 4 columns.
This is the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh.
Another was literature, another was music, and the 4th was science.
There you go, Reiko. Exactly. Yeah. Don't want to use the whole, don't want to get the guillotine treatment, as they say.
In 1898, science meant dinosaurs.
Yeah, still means dinosaurs. So there's Diplodocus. This is the original Dippy skeleton there in Pittsburgh. Today, it looks very different. I'll show you a clip in a minute.
Carnegie's money bought him the best bone hunters of the day, but no amount of searching, it seemed, would unearth the skeleton he yearned for. 2 months later, his investment paid off. Carnegie's diggers struck lucky, very lucky.
What they found was this, a giant toe bone of a dinosaur sticking out of the rock.
We call it pedal
and they got very
ungule.
excited because when they started excavating the rock from around the toe bone, they found that the toe bones led to the ankle bones. And
correct there, Yara,
led to the shin bones of the dinosaur. And the shin bones led to the proverbial thigh bones of the dinosaur. It was the most perfect July 4th that any paleontologist has ever had, and Carnegie got exactly what he paid for, an 84-foot colossal dinosaur.
Yeah, which is still there in the museum to this day.
It was named Star-Spangled Dinosaur because it was found on July 4th, Independence Day. The dinosaur Diplodocus became not only the toast of Pittsburgh and the toast of North America, but it became the toast of the world.
Diagnosis, why are all the bones dark? These are from the Morrison Formation, and there's various minerals in the groundwater at the time during the Jurassic that made the bones very dark. So Morrison Formation fossils are kind of famous for this dark, sometimes almost jet black kind of appearance. Yeah, so they can range from, there we go. Yeah. They can range from kind of a brownish, like at Dinosaur National Monument, to like nearly jet black. Yeah. And some of them are mildly radioactive because there was a lot of uranium in the groundwater at the time. least that's my unsophisticated understanding. Yeah.
It became so wildly popular. A tavern song was written in honor of Diplodocus, which only had one verse, at least one verse that has survived, that went something like, "The crowned heads of Europe all make a royal fuss over Uncle Andy and his old Diplodocus." Uncle Andy must have loved it. He paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of Diplodocus carnegii were made for...
So, this is what I wanted to bring up here, and this is what eventually leads us to Star Wars and Diplodocus appearing in the 1977 film, Star Wars. Andrew Carnegie had a picture of his Diplodocus, like a sketch, on the wall of his castle in Scotland when he was wintering there, summering there, whatever. And then the King of England came to visit him, saw this picture and said, "Oh, this is very nice. Where did you get it?" So Carnegie told him the story, and then he said, "Oh, do you want one? I can get you one. I can get you one. Get you a Diplodocus." And the king is like, "Okay, sure." Apparently he wasn't really that enthused. Like, Andrew Carnegie apparently was much more excited about the idea than the king was. But he made, I think he was going to send another crew out to find a second Diplodocus skeleton. And then they couldn't. So he said, "Well, I'll just make a copy of the first one and we'll send it to London." I think Carnegie originally thought that it would be in Buckingham Palace. And then the king didn't want it there, so they put it in the Natural History Museum in London. They called it the British Museum at the time.
And installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, in Buenos Aires.
So anyway, I think the London one may have been the first one, and then Paris was after that. Maybe Paris was first. I don't remember. They made a much bigger deal about it in Paris than they did in London. Carnegie was actually very embarrassed that the king didn't even show up to the unveiling. There's a book about this, which I would recommend. Here we go. An American Dinosaur Abroad by Ilja Newland? Right there. So this book is all about Andrew Carnegie having these copies made of the original Dippy skeleton and having them sent to heads of state around the world. The idea was dinosaur diplomacy. He wanted to help foster relationships between different countries through their enthusiasm for dinosaurs. It was kind of a weirdly utopian idea. It's charming in hindsight and naive in hindsight too. Because not long after this, World War I started. But yeah. And, I was looking for like a talk by this author about the book. Here he is talking about paleoart in Germany.
The scientific status of paleontology as a science, and where I wrote.
I haven't watched this yet.
Title as sort of
looks cool. Here's a link.
Of a blog post I wrote for the popular.
Anyway, decent book. I really enjoyed this. I think I read this last summer.
Last year's conference. And
maybe it was the year before. But it was really cool being there with the curator of the Carnegie Museum, dinosaur curator Matt Lamanna, because he knows the story front to back. But anyway, a bunch of different places got Diplodocus casts like this.
And installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires. That really set the stage for the popularity of dinosaurs and of the great studies.
If the dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe, no reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
And Your Majesty, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, an interesting diagonal. I didn't know that. William Jacob Holland quoted in 1913. Yeah, who was, he was one of the characters in this story, so Holland was one of the guys that Carnegie hired to excavate and reconstruct the Diplodocus. I want to say he was... But, like, Carnegie didn't pay him enough. That's a recurring theme in the life of Andrew Carnegie, is him, like, not treating his employees well, not paying them enough, and then them getting really upset with him because he was just kind of a cheapskate. Like somebody was pointing out in the chat, Carnegie could have paid his people well. He could have made sure that his workers were all making a decent living, could all lead comfortable lives, and he still would have been like the most disgustingly wealthy person on earth. But he didn't want to do that. He was quite great. And he did end up giving away a significant chunk of his money by the time he died. But still, like... A lot of people have harsh critiques of Andrew Carnegie, and I think that's not unwarranted. Put it gently. And Scrooge McDuck was indeed based on Carnegie. I've been told this, Deathsaurus. I assume it's true. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, and there you go, guys. Well, yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right on the money there, no pun intended. So yeah. How do you think he got rich, says Deathsaurus. I mean... Yeah. So there's an article here from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History where the Dippy Diplodocus skeleton is to this day.
To this day!
Hello again from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History's section on vertebrate paleontology. I figured it was finally time to call attention to something that, as a dinosaur scientist and a ginormous Star Wars nerd, did Matt LaManna write this? Something I think is pretty cool. I'll go right to the chase. I'm about 95% sure that our museum's beloved Dippy, formerly known as the type or name-bearing fossil skeleton of the dinosaur Diplodocus carnegii, makes an appearance of sorts in the original 1977 Star Wars, now known as Episode 4, A New Hope. Why, do you ask? Do I feel comfortable making this pretty random claim? Well, a couple summers ago, the title image on this Kickstarter page, shown immediately below, led me down one of the internet's countless rabbit holes. The photo shows archaeologist, not paleontologist, but archaeologist, studier of human artifacts, and filmmaker David West Reynolds in the Tunisian desert in 1995, at one of the sites where the scenes on the planet Tatooine were shot for the 1977 film. The big white objects are the actual bones of a gigantic replica skeleton, that of a huge Star Wars universe beastie known as a crate dragon, that appears behind C-3PO on Tatooine early in the film. Here's a shot on the off chance your memory needs refreshing. There you go. There's 3PO, and there is the crate dragon skeleton there. And here it is. In the 21st century, still there in Tunisia. They just left it there, I guess. Yeah. Yes, the crate dragon's fake bones were actually just left in the Tunisian desert after George Lucas and company were done with them. They've since been rediscovered by David Reynolds, my good friend and fellow paleontologist Michael Ryan, and many others. After encountering Reynolds' pick and therefore seeing some of the crate dragon's bones up close for the first time, I realized that they had clearly been modeled after those of a sauropod, a giant long-necked plant-eating dinosaur, what most people think of when they hear the word Brontosaurus. In particular, the bones seemed to strongly resemble those of Diplodocus carnegii. Being the resident dinosaur researcher here in the house that Dippy built, this piqued my interest. This has got to be Matt LaManna. Could the crate dragon have somehow been inspired by Diplodocus carnegii? The answer seems to be yes. This led to some Googling, which yielded this decade-old blog post from my colleague and sauropod specialist Matt Wadle of the Western University of Health Sciences. Therein, Matt convincingly argues that the backbone of the krayt dragon is based on Diplodocus, though we can't be sure which particular species or specimen of this dinosaur would have served as the inspiration. The dragon's skull, however, bears no close resemblance to that of any actual dinosaur, so it's clearly just invented. Moreover, a few of the commentators on Matt's post claim that the dragon skeleton is one and the same as the replica sauropod skeleton, used in the obscure and apparently quite terrible, though I've never seen it, 1975 Disney film One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing, which is set in and around the Natural History Museum in London. Even more Googling supports this hypothesis, as do images of the fake skeleton itself. So yeah. I have the poster from this film up on the wall today. And, I'll show you the trailer in just a moment. But yeah, it'll tickle your funny bone. Walt Disney Productions' One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing, with Peter Ustinov and Helen Hayes. This is, I think there's several reasons why this film is not particularly well known anymore. I think it might be locked very firmly in the back of the Disney vault. And, I'll show you a trailer, and I think you might understand why. Yeah, it hasn't aged well.
Oh, they're going to steal our dinosaur. Boy, you leave that alone. Come on, lunch. Dinosaur! Move!
Yeah, it hasn't aged well. Some might say... You can make a pretty good case, I think. This is pretty racist.
We shall steal dinosaur.
It's alive!
One of our dinosaurs is missing. Walt Disney Productions' zany motion picture spy spoof. A daring dinosaur robbery. Right before your very eyes.
Back as soon as I can, my love!
Inscrutable Peter Ustinov.
Yes, Mom.
And Helen Hayes meet the challenge to solve this laughter-ridden missing dinosaur mystery. Walt Disney Productions' One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing. Rated G.
Yeah, I've not watched the film. I actually have it. I downloaded it. I've got the whole thing. Haven't watched it yet. I've heard bad things, though. And Diagonal says, the irony of the Chinese stealing artifacts from the British. I know, right? Yeah. And then, of course, you have... Well... Peter Ustinov, who is... Yeah, British actor. Might have been a nice guy, I don't know. But, yeah, the depiction of... I don't know, the whole, like... I've heard it described before as... This is the term for it. Yellow face? When you have, like, someone who is not of Asian descent, who is... It's like blackface, essentially, pretending to be someone, like, as a caricature who is of... Anyway. It hasn't aged well. So, and apparently this was, like, a Disney film that actually saw theatrical release. This is not, like, a made-for-TV movie, I don't think. ...1975 film. The film is absent from streaming on Disney Plus. You don't say. Oh boy. Ustinov, Reville, and Breslau, all white actors, performed in yellowface makeup to portray Chinese characters in the film. Yeah. Do they have anything on the reception? Maybe not. Anyway. Yeah. Apparently, though, even the title of this film is a parody. So yeah, the title is a parody of the film One of Our Aircraft is Missing, in which both Peter Ustinov and Hugh Burton also appeared. So there's the, like, cultural insensitivity part of this, which is one of the reasons why it's been buried, but it's also just not very relevant culturally. Like, I've never heard of that film, One of Our Aircraft is Missing. Some of you in the chat probably have. I haven't heard of this. But, like... yeah, even the thing that this is supposed to be spoofing, at least in terms of the title, I don't think many people remember this to this day. So yeah, it's just kind of irrelevant on many fronts. Few people have seen the film that Airplane is... Oh, there you go, Dagnall. Yeah, it is kind of like that. And that actually kind of brings us to something interesting in Star Wars, too, where, like, Star Wars itself is highly referential. It's making all these references to different films that were classics. And now, Star Wars has become this cultural juggernaut, and hardly anybody remembers Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, Hidden Fortress, stuff like that. They have so much less cultural cachet than Star Wars, which is this... it's a media empire at this point, you know? So it's interesting how these things work.
We have the Tradoon. The Tradoon.
Skuliki, thank you for the 10 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Tradoon.
Thanks for keeping me online for nearly a year now. Appreciate that, Skuliki. Thank you. Anyhow. Apparently that's the thing. Speaking of remakes, like Trek Nerd was saying there, what prompted George Lucas to make, or want to make, Star Wars in the first place is that I guess he wanted to make a Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers film, and he couldn't get the rights to it. So he's like, well, I guess I'll make an original thing then that is very much based on these other properties. But yeah, in my eyes, it's kind of like becoming the thing they hate or are parodying, says Pepe. Sort of, but in the case of Star Wars, like, it's a very affectionate kind of homage. But yeah. Anyhow. So, one of our dinosaurs is missing. So, to catch everybody up, the prop used in the original 1977 Star Wars, seen here in this screenshot, might actually be a reused prop from this film that was filmed in London. A lot of the original Star Wars was filmed in London at a famous soundstage. I forget what it's called, but it's very well known. It's slipping my mind at the moment. Yeah. The only Diplodocus skeleton, or only substantial portion of one anyway, at London's Natural History Museum during the 70s, was a cast of the Carnegie Museum's very own Diplodocus that was presented to England by Andrew Carnegie himself in 1905. So in a nutshell, although I can't absolutely definitively prove it yet, I think there's an excellent chance that the Krayt Dragon in Star Wars was ultimately based on Diplodocus carnegii. Specifically, the evidence suggests that it was inspired by the cast of D. Carnegii in London in either a sculpted replica of that cast or even potentially a second-generation cast of that cast. And by the way, I'm not the only paleontologist who thinks so. Darren Naish recently said in reference to the skeleton in One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing, it's funny to think that it's meant to be one and the same as Dippy of NHM London fame, and that it ended its life a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So in other words, the freaking crate dragon is Dippy, which means Dippy is in Star Wars. Pretty cool to think about, you know? And here's Matt LaManna talking about this in a YouTube video from a few years back.
Hey everybody, Matt LaManna from Carnegie Museum of Natural History here. For this May the 4th, I wanted to let you know that I'm pretty sure that our very own Diplodocus carnegii, aka Dippy, makes an appearance in Star Wars. Do you remember the scene in the 1977 Star Wars where C-3PO is in the desert and there's a giant skeleton behind him? Well, as it turns out, that skeleton, now called the Crate Dragon, was a prop left over from an earlier movie called One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing. It's not totally clear what real dinosaur the dinosaur in One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing was based on, but when you look closely at the bones, they resemble those of a diplodocid, a type of long-necked, long-tailed plant-eating sauropod dinosaur. Now, One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing was set in London, and at the time it was made, the only diplodocid skeleton there was the copy of our Dippy given to the Natural History Museum there by Andrew Carnegie in 1905. So the dinosaur in One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing was very probably Diplodocus carnegii, which means that the crate dragon is Dippy, which means that Dippy is in Star Wars. May the 4th be with you.
Here's a link to that right here. Good stuff. I gotta see about maybe next year, if he's not too busy, asking to do a Zoom interview with Matt. I think that would be pretty neat. See if we can bring him on the stream, like we've done in the field before. Yeah. We'll see. I should send him a link to this VOD afterward. But let's see what Tom Holtz has to say about this, because I'm sure it comes up in the interview that he did.
Right. So yeah, the face definitely adds.
And here we go.
Empire Strikes Back. There have been real animals in Star Wars. We see iguanas, reticulated pythons, king snakes, etc.
Weren't known for good skull material, and so
go back to
Our Dinosaurs is missing of the crate dragon,
right?
Which was in fact a reused sauropod skeleton from another film, Disney's One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing.
That's right.
Albeit I get not a particularly accurate one.
Well, you know, the skull was largely imaginary, but at the time, Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus weren't known for good skull material. And so what they have on the model from One of Our Dinosaurs is Missing was comparable to what you would see in a natural history museum, which is sadly, it was mostly imaginary. We subsequently have recognized what actual Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus skulls were. So the skull isn't really good, but the stuff behind the neck, behind the head, is actually pretty good, and especially the parts that you see in Star Wars, because you don't see the limbs, you don't see the shoulder blades or the hips or anything, but you see the neck and then the torso extending out over a dune, and there are actually particular attributes of those vertebrae.
If you want to
Yeah, there we go. So, which are distinctive to the sauropod dinosaurs, and not merely sauropod dinosaurs, but
Diplodocus,
Apatosaurians and their relatives, like the neural spines, the projections that come off of our vertebrae. In most animals, there's a single spine coming up, but in Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus and Diplodocus and many of
it
their
is life-size, Claire.
They're split, they're bifurcated. And you can actually see that to a certain degree in the neck, and especially when you get back towards the torso of the skeleton. It's definitely present there. So the original model from the Disney movie was actually not terribly bad, and that carries over into Star Wars. But of course, you only see its skeleton, and that makes...
And what's... Oh, hang on. Shoot. Volume thing. There we go.
Plants for a giant plant.
But yeah, and that image there... Oh, so this is probably a scale model that they used for some of the like insert shots and stuff like this. This is not the full-size model, because the vertebrae are lacking their distinctive morphology here. You don't have like the cervical ribs, you don't have the neural spines or anything, so this must have been like a small model.
Bad, and that carries over into Star Wars. But of course, you only see its skeleton, and that makes sense because it's Tatooine, and there's not a lot of plants for a giant plant eater to eat. So it's not a surprise it's dead and bleached as a skeleton. Although there is another, not an appearance, but another attribute of krayt dragons that shows up in Star Wars.
Is this the howling call that Ben Kenobi makes? Is that what he's going to say? I haven't seen this yet.
And that is, according to the novel, the sound that Obi-Wan makes to scare off the Sand People is supposedly the howl of a krayt dragon. That was actually its first mention in the original.
Don't say nice, Danny Claire. It's almost embarrassing that I do that.
Novel and like the original magazines that came out.
So like Alan Dean Foster's like novelization.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
And I think actually in the original script, because I think it made it into the Marvel comics, and the comics were based off the original shooting script.
I don't know this much about Star Wars lore.
Refers to the howl of a krayt dragon, and no one knew what a krayt dragon was, and we weren't even certain that the skeleton that we saw on Tatooine was a krayt dragon skeleton. Subsequently, they said, "Okay, that's what it is."
But again, like it's so cool that Tom Holtz is the guy to talk about this. There's like no one else on the planet who could speak on this with greater authority than he. Maybe, well, Matt Wadle might be up there too. But yeah, I don't know.
So we know what that brontosaur the sound it would have generated, at least in the Star Wars universe. It's that sound that Obi-Wan somehow generates. So
somehow,
yes.
And then for some reason in some later edition they change it to make it sound more like the Varactyl from Episode 3. But...
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
One of the many odd choices.
This is why you got to find the despecialized editions, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
In
right
changes.
And yeah, Deathsaurus, yeah, Mike Taylor and Matt Wadle together, they have that blog, SVPal, and I think that's... Who is it who actually... Oh yeah, they have this too, yep. But they have the Dippy one too. Yeah, where was that? Oh, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Trivial changes that serve no purpose other than to change.
Right. Well, the funny thing as well, though, I don't believe in all the depictions of krayt dragons, be they in Star Wars Legends or the new canon, I don't think any of them actually match the anatomy portrayed there. And I mean, even they make them, I suppose, cross them with like a centipede or something because they've got a bajillion legs.
Yeah.
But regardless.
Yeah. That it started as a sauropod.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So yeah, we do officially have a very firm connection between Star Wars and dinosaur paleontology and that, so there you go. Man, I gotta get to Pittsburgh and see the original Dippy skeleton there. Because it is... They've done some very cool things with it. Oh, Oh, and that's really cool. Here's this that I was going to show you, but Mike Taylor also has a video about. I'll show you that in a minute.
You may already be familiar with Diplodocus carnegii, the dinosaur we affectionately refer to as Dippy, our beloved mascot. But do you know this fossil's origin story? Dippy's journey to the museum begins with a newspaper article in late 1898 that claimed most colossal animal ever on Earth just found out west. This news quickly caught the attention of museum founder Andrew Carnegie. Carnegie asked the museum's director, Dr. William Holland, to get a dinosaur for Pittsburgh, and so a team of paleontologists traveled to Wyoming. In early July 1899, after a few months of searching for fossils in several locations, the team finally uncovered some very impressive bones at Sheep Creek, Wyoming. The fossils were so big and so many that they filled 130 crates, an entire boxcar, when they were sent back to Pittsburgh. Carnegie Museum paleontologists freed these fascinating fossils from the surrounding rock and discovered a new species of dinosaur, naming it Diplodocus carnegii. A new wing of the museum was built to display this 85-foot-long specimen. So excited was the world about this fossil that King Edward VII asked Andrew Carnegie for a dinosaur for England.
And I should reread the section of that book, An American Dinosaur Abroad, because this is the best scholarly treatment I've been able to find of this subject. But I think that it was kind of Carnegie's idea to gift it to England. I don't know if King Edward VII was actually that enthusiastic about it. But anyway.
A cast or replica of Dippy was made under Carnegie Museum scientists' supervision, shipped to England and put on display in London's British Museum of Natural History. And it wasn't the only one. Eventually, 9 more replicas of Dippy were made and sent to places all over the world, including Berlin, Madrid, Paris, and Mexico City. It's so exciting that Dippy can be seen all over the world, but only here in Dinosaurs in Their Time in Carnegie Museum of Natural History can anyone see the real thing.
Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. And Addicted to Capping. Oh man, I could talk about that all day, and maybe someday I will. But yeah, Fantasia in particular, there were several actual dinosaur paleontologists who consulted on Fantasia. I think Barnum Brown and Ned Colbert, I think, were consulting on that back in the day. But that was one of the best depictions of dinosaurs anywhere in the early 20th century, 1940s Fantasia, right? I haven't seen this before. Let's take a look at this. Video by Mike Taylor.
Today I want to look into the untold story of the Carnegie Diplodocus. It's arguably the single best known dinosaur skeleton in the world. It's of course the sauropod dinosaur Diplodocus, and it's best known from the Carnegie Museum specimen, this mounted skeleton, that's known as CM84, though we'll see later that's not necessarily the best way to refer to it. And it's known annoyingly as Dippy, which I think is a desperately gross name for such an elegant animal.
Mike Taylor is from England, as I understand it. And apparently the word Dippy in the UK means like, it's an adjective. You might use it to refer to somebody who's not particularly bright, maybe kind of frivolous. You might call them Dippy. I think that's what that's supposed to mean. Derpy, I guess. Claire, yeah. But yeah, they don't want to call it that when, or at least what I was told when I was in England back in November was that they still use the name Dippy to refer to this particular specimen, to that cast replica, plaster cast. They still refer to it as Dippy, but they always say it. In the US, we say she because, I don't know. There's not the same negative connotation. I think in the UK, they're almost like, well, it sounds misogynistic to call it a she. Dippy means stupid, right?
Duh.
don't really have that hang up here in the U.S. But yeah, I don't know. Dippy doesn't mean the same thing here in the U.S. It doesn't mean stupid.
But it seems to have caught on pretty much globally. Now, it's not known just by that original skeleton, of course, but from its many casts. This is the one in the Natural History Museum in London, which was there until relatively recently. And the skeleton originally came about on expeditions that were funded by Andrew Carnegie, the steel magnate from the late 18th century, who wanted it to put in here the museum that he'd also funded. So the excavation and the preparation, the mounting.
Oh, an interesting Gazaway. Is that what it's short for?
Came about by his initiative and funding. And moulds were made and casts were made from those moulds and sent to 10 museums around the world, to very well-known and visible museums in London, Berlin, Paris, Vienna, and other places. The intention being on Carnegie's point that he would be able to get the attention of world leaders through doing this, and that's why all these were nominally at least donated not to the museums but to, for example, the King of England and the Emperor of Germany. And his goal in doing this was to persuade world leaders away from warfare and towards negotiation and thereby bring an end to global war.
So, again, this is a really lofty goal where Carnegie is like, hey, everybody can kind of see that all of these different empires and kingdoms are militarizing, they're building up these armies, they're establishing these alliances. It's just a tinderbox. Just all it needs is a spark to ignite everything into global war. People realized this at the time, and Carnegie's like, I see what's happening. Let's prevent this with dinosaurs. And like, it's a charming idea, I guess. Didn't work, but A for effort, I guess.
And as you see, this process began in the early 1900s, and given what happened in 1914, I guess you could make a judgment about how successful that was.
Anyway, and Starflower says, what is the smallest plant-eater? You mean smallest plant-eating dinosaur? I'll show you a picture. Here we go. The smallest plant-eating dinosaur is also the smallest dinosaur that has ever lived, as far as we know. It is called Melissuga helene, and it looks like this. The bee hummingbird. They eat nectar. Nectar comes from a plant. They're the smallest plant-eating dinosaur, and the smallest dinosaur in general that has ever lived, as far as we know. If we're talking about the full adult size of a dinosaur, there you go. Yeah. But if we're talking about Mesozoic dinosaurs, dinosaurs from the age of dinosaurs, it's really difficult to tell who was the smallest plant eater, because many of the small dinosaur specimens that we have, we don't know if they're full grown or not. We don't know if they're adults or if we're just looking at baby ones, and that's why they look really small. It's tricky. I do wonder what the smallest histologically mature plant-eating dinosaur would be. Here, like back in the day, Mosasaurus had a reputation for being the smallest dinosaur ever. Look how tiny it is. And this is even featured in like the novel The Lost World by Michael Crichton, the sequel to his novel Jurassic Park. And in that, he refers to this as like a tiny hand-sized dinosaur. There's a model of one next to a mouse. Mosasaurus means mouse lizard. But this animal was a hatchling, like obviously. we have adult specimens of this animal now too, and it's not the biggest dinosaur by any stretch of the imagination, but it is not palm-sized when it's full-grown. So anyway, this is a perennial problem. Like, what is the smallest dinosaur from this category or that category? And most of the fossils that we have of the smallest dinosaurs are probably juveniles. They're probably babies, you know? Man, would I love to get my hands on a cast or a file so I can 3D print this. Thesaurus 3D print. Nothing. Let's check on our printer. Oh, and shoot, it's done. We'll go get this in a few minutes. But first, I want to get back to Diplodocus, and I want to get to its appearance in Star Wars, which I'm not certain that Mike Taylor talks about that here. It doesn't look like it, actually. But that's okay. Anyway, here again is a link to that talk. Anywho. Yeah. And Mikey Like says he admitted he made up the venom spitting for Dilophosaurus as a plot device. Yeah, but they had the size wrong too, since the only model they had at the time was a juvenile. No, so in the novel, Dilophosaurus is like the correct size. It's a big animal. Like, I've got footage of me next to a cast of the, where is that? I'm not gonna be able to find it in time. But anyway, Dilophosaurus is not a small animal. And in the novel, as I recall, it's supposed to be, like, actual size for Dilophosaurus. But when they were making the film Jurassic Park, I think Spielberg or some of the other people who were working on the film, they decided to make it smaller so that audiences wouldn't get it mixed up with the raptors, with their Deinonychus. It's funny because they made the Deinonychus too big, and they made the Dilophosaurus too small. They made the Deinonychus extra big so they could fit a person in the suit for some of those shots. There's actually a guy in the suit for many of them. And then the Dilophosaurus was too small because they didn't want audiences to get it mixed up with the raptors. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. And before anybody says, like, oh, well, you know, it's supposed to be a juvenile in Jurassic Park, and they don't say that in the movie. It's never explained. And if it is supposed to be a juvenile, then why every time when they show it in one of the Jurassic World films is it the same small size? It's just a mistake. You don't have to try and explain it away. You don't have to make excuses for it. Like, they just got that wrong. And it is what it is, you know? But yeah. Anywho. Like, inevitably, when I'm talking about Dilophosaurus, and I bring up Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, you have somebody who comes in and tries to, it's clearly supposed to be a juvenile. Then they're only ever showing juveniles every single... Because they showed it in Jurassic World Dominion, and then in Jurassic World Afterbirth, and then... I didn't even see the second one. But it's probably in there too, and it's probably the same small thing. Yeah. It's just a mistake, you know? And they just compound this mistake going movie to movie because it has to be accurate. Not accurate to real life, but accurate to the IP, you know? It's just like corporate intellectual property thing. It really gets my goat, you know? I can't stand that. But anyway, yeah. And Crimson says the ones in Dominion are larger than the first one. I don't think so. I remember them being smaller. Yeah. Like, it's literally smaller than it was in the first movie. But, yeah. Or at least it looks smaller to me. But it's clearly not, you know, an animal that's 20 plus feet long. Again, I've worked with the original Dilophosaurus specimen at Berkeley. It's a big critter. It is a big critter. So anyway. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, if the Compsognathus is determined to be its own species, would it be the smallest carnivore? Well, we don't know if it's full grown, Addicted to Capping. That's the thing. Maybe you remember me talking about this. Maybe that's why you say it that way. Yeah, because there's a chance that Compsognathus is just a juvenile of a smaller dinosaur. Like, when I was a kid, there was a time when Compsognathus was my favorite dinosaur. And, yeah. Where's that book, by the way? I thought I ordered this a while ago. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, here it is. I gotta pick this up right now. The Glow-in-the-Dark Book of Dinosaur Skeletons. I loved this book when I was a kid. Short paperback book, but really cool illustrations, and like you're looking at these dinosaurs. It's lovely paintings of them. They had one of Compsognathus chasing a lizard. And then you turn out the lights, and inside the silhouettes of these dinosaurs, the skeletons glow in the dark. I thought it was the coolest thing when I was a kid. Just really, really neat. But yeah, I gotta pick this up right now. I'm surprised I haven't ordered this before. Because, man, I loved this book when I was a kid. And I wish I had it right now to show you the Compsognathus illustration in it. Because I remember as a kid, that was one of the reasons why I loved Compsognathus so much. You know, when you just... There's some particular thing that... For some reason, you're just entranced by it. You find it really compelling. This is one of those things for me. The Compsognathus in this book was just really, really cool looking, and I'm like, I love this dinosaur now. That's so cool. Yeah, let's see here. I'll get this later. Hopefully nobody scoops me on that and orders it out from under me. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. There you go, Dude and Mesa. That's exactly what I was just saying. No worries there, Dude and Mesa, but somebody always says that. Somebody always says that when we're talking about the Jurassic Park and now Jurassic World Dilophosaurus. They also didn't have this neck frill like this. The skull didn't really look like that. You know, they had multiple opportunities to get this right, and it would have been really cool, and they dropped the ball every time. It's frustrating, you know. Yeah. Speaking of seeing something cool as a kid and then just being enthralled by it. We've got a tauntaun on the wall today, and I 3D printed this over the weekend. Again, for anybody who's waltzed in. We're talking about paleontology's influence on Star Wars. I don't have a direct connection between tauntauns and paleontology, although they do look very theropod dinosaur-like, or maybe ornithopod-like. In certain ways, it's a bipedal animal, running quickly. They've got a lot of personality to them. They're just cool. And when I was a kid, I remember going to the Stone Valley Mall in, what is that, like Livermore or Dublin, California? I think I'd gotten a gift card or something to like KB Toys. And I got this. That gift card. I wasn't really that into Star Wars at the time, but I saw this and something about it just spoke to me. Like, what is that? It looks like a theropod dinosaur, but it's not. I just thought this was so cool. And this is not the one where the belly opens up. This is one where you would press on the saddlebag and the legs would move. And I thought this, there it is, there's the box. I thought this was incredibly cool. There we go. Yeah. And there's something about good design work on a creature where you're maybe taking aspects from the natural world. You've got like a bighorn sheep's horns. You've got the legs of a theropod dinosaur maybe, or something similar. All these design elements, if you put them together in a skillful way, you can come up with something that kind of fires the imagination. And this was that for me as a kid. I thought this was really neat. Anyway, I've just 3D printed a Tauntaun figure. Let me go snatch this off the printer and I'll show everybody. There we go. Yeah. And Pele is cornstarch? I don't think so, Claire. I think it's a petroleum product. But here we go. Oh, wrong button. So this printed... Wrong button again. This printed during today's stream. And let's pull away some of these supports. And take a look at what we've got. So it's like a really simple, easy print here. And it's constructed in such a way that there's not a whole lot of overhanging parts, so it's really easy to remove the supports without really having to worry about breaking the model itself. There we go. Very nice. For like just a couple hours on the printer. It's a fun little trinket. I like that a lot. Feels like a souvenir. It feels vintage in a way. I do wonder what the original is. Somebody scanned this and put the files up online. But, pretty nifty. If I'd printed it in a different color filament, it'd probably be easier to see the details. But white feels appropriate for Hoth, doesn't it? Yeah. But yeah. I thought Pele was made from corn? Polylactic acid? I thought it was petroleum-based. I'd be really happy if it were corn-based. It would make it, I'd feel a little bit less guilty about throwing away all these support pieces without recycling them, but I've been told that you can't really recycle PLA supports without, like, huge hassle. Yeah. It's a bioplastic made from fermented renewable plant starch, most commonly cornstarch, sugarcane, or... Really? Oh, interesting. Well, if that is the case, that's really cool. Yeah, not too shabby. I like that a lot. That's really nifty. Very cool. And this is true aerospace, yeah. Plastic recycling. China used to take a lot of plastic waste and recycle it, but as it turns out, it's like kind of a really nasty process, and I don't know. When you're talking about reduce, reuse, recycle, with plastic, the more that you can reduce and reuse, the better off you are, because recycling is... it's tricky for plastics. Most kinds of plastics, at least, as I understand. But just stop. Yeah, exactly, Claire, if you can. Yeah. Anyhow. Dinosaurs evolved before the material for PLA did? I guess so, yeah. Long before corn. Or flowering plants in general. Yeah. Anyhow. Good stuff. But this kind of reminds me, talking about tauntauns here. Maybe some people watching can relate to this idea. But sometimes you just see something and you're inspired and you don't quite know why. But there's just something clicks in your brain and you're like, that is incredibly cool and I'm really excited about it. I want to learn more. With something like this, it's a fictional creature. You can learn about, I don't know, some of the fictional lore behind it. You can learn about some of the behind the scenes stuff, but it's very limited. Because you're dealing with something that's made up. That's cool, but you kind of reach a roadblock after a while. I don't know what it is in particular about my personality or psychology or whatever, but sometimes I find something that I'm really interested in. Something just clicks in my brain and I want to learn everything that I can about it. Some of you know where I'm going with this already. Where am I going with this? Some of you know. Not quite Godzilla, but maybe it's a different giant marine reptile that can be found in the Pacific. Not Gamera, Deathsaurus. Of course. I'm talking about this. Dermichelys coriacea. We've talked today about a few different big fictional monstrous creatures for Star Wars. This is a real-life animal that we share our own planet with today. Not in a galaxy far, far away. Not even a long time ago. You can go and see these animals right now. And I am incredibly excited to be able to go see them in just 2 weeks out in Florida. This is Dermichelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Largest turtle in the world today. One of the world's largest reptiles. They're superlative in so many different ways, and I've been obsessed with them for the past year. I got to go on a trip to Puerto Rico to track down some family history and go on vacation, and just about every beach that I went to had nests of these critters. I'd been aware of them for longer than I'd been aware of Star Wars. Shoot, if we're talking about my introduction to this back in the 1990s when I was a kid. I'm sure I had seen leatherback turtles in books and stuff like that. Because they're often, they crop up in dinosaur books and stuff as an example of a big living reptile. I'd always been aware that these were special creatures, but wasn't until something clicked there, like I mentioned earlier. Suddenly they felt real. Here I am on the beach in Puerto Rico, and we're seeing these things' nests. Like, that's bonkers. Here we go. They have these signs here all over the place. Turtle-friendly lighting zone, where they have red lights on the street lights and on hotels and stuff like that nearby, so as not to confuse the hatchlings when they're emerging. These cordoned off areas like this with this flagging tape. There we go. That's a leatherback nest. You see how big this is? Leatherbacks are, of course, the world's largest living turtle, like I said. They also lay the largest eggs, the highest volume of eggs of any animal on our planet. If we're going by mass and volume, leatherbacks have everybody else beat. And man, do they dig big nests, and they leave big trails going up and down the beach. Astonishing animals. And I'll be talking about them a bit more before I bring the stream to Florida in 2 weeks. But to tie this back into Star Wars before we wrap up, where did that go, Mini Pie? Where did that go? Here we go. Leatherbacks folder. What's a keyboard? I guess it's in here. So the mouths of leatherback turtles and their throats are lined with these papillae that look very much like that of a sarlacc. I'm not going to claim that the sarlacc is based on the innards of a leatherback turtle. I think it's just kind of a coincidence that they also happen to look like that. But these are for capturing and digesting jellies and other gelatinous zooplankton. Jellyfish, sea jellies, salps, tunicates, all kinds of stuff like that. Maybe also bounty hunters, I don't know. They're small enough, you know, they take them too. Yeah. Again, I don't have any reason to think that the sarlacc from Star Wars is actually based on a leatherback. I'd love to think that that's true, but I don't see any actual reason to think that it is true. Anyway, we'll be talking a lot more about these critters leading up to my trip to Florida. I cannot wait. And with any luck, I'll hopefully be able to show you some of these critters live on stream. Good chance we'll be able to see some hatchlings, maybe in the laboratory. There is even a chance I might be able to show you some adult nesting females on the beach. Maybe not live, but I'm going to be working with some local researchers and conservationists, and cross your fingers we get lucky and there's some leatherbacks on the beach these evenings that I'm out there. But anyway, this is my my landlord telling me that I need to wrap up stream for the day. So I will heed your warning here, Mini Pie. And let's wrap up the stream, shall we? Without further ado, it's time to wrap things up. Let's put a Smilodon under our credits for today. Talking about as many mammals as we did today. But don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. Let's see what our options are. I gotta use the keyboard. Hang on. Thank you to everybody who's showing up in our credits. Let's see. Well. Science Streams is on. And is he doing a Star Wars themed stream? Looks like Nerduino is. Let's see what Science Streams is up to. We might force Balint to start a little early. Sorry, Balint. There we go. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, from new followers and raiders to those folks who keep these streams going with their financial contributions, the subscribers, the cheerers, the gifters, the resubscribers, the re-cheerers, the re-gifters. If you got a gift sub from somebody and then you gave it to somebody else, I don't know if that's possible, but thank you for trying at least. I don't know. And thank you to the moderators for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. There's so much less that I have to worry about when I know you mods are watching over things, and I appreciate that more than you know, mods. As I like to say, you are the beating heart of this community, and I am deeply grateful for your ongoing support. For you coming in, day out. Hope you had fun today. Hope everybody learned something. I certainly learned a few things. I'm excited to see if we can do something a little bigger for May 4th, Star Wars Day next year. We'll see. Anyway, for right now, everybody, you take care, and I'll see you for some more paleontologizing tomorrow. All right, let's go see what Science Streams